Right, locks in this context. Hey everybody, welcome to bonus content. I like how as soon as we start, dogs just start going fucking crazy.
Dude.
I'm Alex O'Neill, your resident boner.
Boo.
Deserved, fair. Tony Scott and Abishin are here. Trevor Starkey is here.
Hello.
Hi Trevor. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Real quick,
Okay.
sorry to sidetrack, but this is something that you specifically asked me about.
Yeah.
I got a response from PAX Media.
Yeah.
Said, we sent you an approval email this week. Info on when and where to pick up the pass won't be sent for another few weeks. Best PAX Media.
Good. That can, we got approved for PAX. That's good.
Yeah, as did I.
That's news. Yeah. Although are you representing
I still have,
a large
Yes, I still have the IGN cheat code going.
global representing maybe the biggest video games website as of right now. So
But Irrational Passion's hot on our tails.
yeah, just coming up there on the view.
I mean, you went from 2 to 5 this year, so you guys are certainly growing at a more exponential rate than IGN is.
We've done 5 before,
Yeah.
We did that in 2014.
Hey, we like Sonic over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Let's not get hasty. Let's not be
Yeah,
hasty.
now can we not make blanket statements like that before consulting one of the? I saw this fucking video on one of my lunch breaks for something called Sonic Utopia. I guess it's some fan game or whatever.
I don't know, dude. These people are fucking weird.
Yeah, what's going on with Sonic? People, do we all have our personal hedgehog deviant art characters made for us? I mean, we gotta search Alex
I
the
don't.
Hedgehog on DeviantArt. Yeah. I'm sure if we search Trevor the Hedgehog on DeviantArt, we would find something.
Doing it.
I feel like it's gonna be GTA's Trevor mashed up with Sonic.
Oh, that would be incredible.
Let me just for the bonus viewers' personal viewing experience, share
please.
entire screen.
Yes, I need a
Deviant
little
art.
less.
Let's see. All right, Trevor.
This is a bad idea.
All right, here's what we got.
Here, get some dicks just going up.
All right, I found it.
Okay, zoom in, Tony. I need a rack zoom on this.
Turns out it's gonna be from Zyger, something Zyger made for us.
This is there you go. This
It does
is
have a Zyger taste to it.
as big as I can make it.
He's got a green eye and a red eye. That's very. He also has a lab coat.
Yeah.
This is something right here.
Back off, man. He's a scientist.
He's a scientist. He has his hair tied back, Trevor.
Yep. That's how we know it's me.
Yep. Sorry, mine's just some weird anime thing.
Some weird anime.
Some weird anime shit. Thank you for sharing that, Tony. I hope people got to see it a little bit.
It was nice and bonusy, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Trevor, how's life?
Good. I started cooking this week. That's been weird.
Yeah.
What?
I wanted to
You've
ask
seen
you about it.
my Instagram adventures. I gave Blue Apron a trial run, and so for the first time in the better part of a decade, I've been cooking regularly. Because basically since college, I mostly just eat fast food nightly, or eat some sort of restaurant food nightly.
I feel like
So this was my first foray back into cooking. Outside of I had a little bit of a run when I had a girlfriend a year and a half ago ish. But yeah, it was good. The food didn't kill me. So
Are
that's a
you
plus. I cooked the
cooking
shrimp
with
for-
Blue Apron?
Yeah, Blue Apron.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I cashed in on the kind of funny code on that, as well as Costco. I saw had basically it's buy gift cards, buy $100 worth of gift cards, but for $80. So I was like, okay, I'll take up that deal. So yeah, tried my first week of that. It's interesting because it's food I would not normally eat ever, but I gave it a shot, tried it, and for the most part, really enjoyed it. There's definitely moments there in the cooking where I'm panicking because it's a good 10-15 minutes where I'm probably doing this all wrong and everything's going to fall apart and fail. and then it comes out okay, and I'm like, yay, victory.
I have been like, I want to get into Blue Apron because I like cooking. I've been doing a little bit more cooking recently. I'm bad at sourcing ingredients and getting stuff, having stuff around the house that I know I'm gonna use.
Yeah, that's why I've never really done it, is because I'm just as a single guy, bachelor lifestyle for the last dozen years or so. I'm like, I'm not gonna go to the grocery store and then like burn through a couple ingredients and then just most of it goes to rot in the next week or so. So the fact that they send you exactly what your like what portions you need and stuff, and it's enough for 2 people, it's basically, I'm like, okay, here's my dinner, and then here's my dinner the next night, and then I cook the next meal.
Yeah,
I went the entire week not eating out for dinners, and that's like the first time, and I don't know how long that's happened.
Yeah, I do. The thing is, I do love going grocery shopping. I would never want to lose that. Heaven forbid,
Well, I did have to go and like buy olive oil. That was
yeah.
like, oh, I don't have that around the house at all.
Yeah, that's because the Griffin McElroy from my brother and me talks about it a lot. He says like the one thing that they require you to have or expect you to have is like olive oil and like a 12-inch skillet.
Yep.
It seems like those are the 2 big things. Cool. I'm glad you're liking it. Are you going to keep with it?
For at least a little bit, yeah. Gonna try and keep it going. It definitely is taking up like gaming time, which is the other that's the other big downside of it, is knowing that if I'm cooking, I'm limited in what else I can be doing, but I've been catching up on podcasts and stuff, so it's been good. Finding a way to kind of multitask like I still need to.
Yeah, it's always fun to listen to a podcast when whilst cooking. So.
I mean, unless it's like got fucking Danny Juarez on it. That kind of hit me this week.
It's rough. I mean, it was like 4 hours of it too.
I know, God.
Too much.
Boy just does not shut up.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to not. And now he's gonna have his own podcast.
I know. God, that's terrifying.
Tony, that's gonna be your whole life.
Stop.
I already talked though. When I try and come up to Vegas in a couple weeks, I was like, I mean, or should I wait a little bit longer until you guys have IP West going, and then I can just come and guest on a show? And he was like, hey, we'll just record something with you anyway, and even if the show's not started yet, we'll put it out.
Yeah,
Figures out something cool.
As long as you guys have the equipment, I guess. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to I'm gonna try and record more podcasts at PAX East. Just carry around a thing, maybe just record some dumb stuff. We've done that in the past. We haven't done it for a while, so hopefully we can then do a little bit more of that. We're gonna have like 5 people in a house together, so
yeah, that's gonna be so terrible compared to the PAX 11 last year.
I mean, that was the thing. Like Tony texted me. Ooh, what was it like when it was like October when we started thinking about PAX East? He's like blanket statement, like no hotels with more than 5 people.
Yeah. And then I reiterated that recently.
Yeah.
My room's only at 4 at the moment, so with a possible 5 and maybe a 6th. But so far
It just keeps growing.
Well, like it's like I offered up to Joey and she was like, "Oh, I can't go." So I was like, "Okay." And then Christian Pixel Brave reached out this week, and basically Frank is like selling him on making the trip, and I was like, "Well, we've got room if you want." It's not like we're not overwhelmingly crazy this year.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's large part because I'm like, I know you guys are doing your own thing, and then the Nerds crew that we had with us last year is also kind of defunct at this point.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, yep, it's just a smaller, more intimate foray this year.
Yeah, when we were like I knew probably going to be closer to 4 or 5 people coming this year, so I was like, we should just get our own spot. When in 2014, when we went, it was Zach, myself, Joe, Jacob,
Greg, right?
Greg, yeah, and Anudis. So that was 6 of us in one room, and 2 people. It was like 2 per bed, and then 2 people sleeping on the floor. That wasn't bad. So
Is Jerry doing his yearly thing of not going?
Jared is coming this year.
Oh my god!
I know.
Great.
I am so
It's gonna
excited.
be so great.
Jared,
I don't even know why I said it that way, but so.
no, because we always
It's been a
joke. I'm
thing.
like, Jared, come on, this has got to be the year. And he's like, I'll see what I can do. But his girlfriend has friends in Boston, so he's gonna be staying with them. But he's like, I'm definitely gonna spend at least one night wherever you guys are staying, cuddling up against Danny Juarez. I'm like, that's fine. I mean, at some point, everybody's got to do it.
Everybody needs a pillow.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody needs a little Mexican pillow to snuggle up against. He's like a body pillow, just with more anime. So yeah.
I mean, depending on the body pillow you get, I don't think so.
No, that's what I meant. I'm talking about comparing Danny Juarez's body to like your typical Asuna body pillow. Danny's slightly more anime, I would say. He just, when he sleeps, he uses like the little blindfold cover with anime eyes on it. So you get it on both sides. Yeah, Jarrett's coming. That's gonna be fun. Finally, I'll be able to show him the magic of PAX East. And we've already discussed about finding wherever the closest open bar is.
Nice.
And
Hell yeah.
locking it down.
Do you guys know whereabouts in the city you're going to be?
I have a rough idea. I haven't booked this place yet because I want to talk to other people about it first, just to make sure it's within price range for everyone. But it's probably like a 35-minute walk, kind of not too much closer than the hotel we were in last year.
Gotcha.
But in that general vicinity.
I was just thinking because that rock bottom place was like a good, nice bar with food to go to.
Yeah. Or I'm like, I want to do like a nice Thursday night dinner. With
Oh yes, I
some
heard that this is the dinner that Zyger spoiled.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like a spoiler. It's just like I haven't had any time to start thinking about that. Just there, I know there are folks that I would like to come out to that. Because we did that in 2014 when, again, that was a lot of us, the writers for IP, meeting each other for the first time. So we kind of like just got together and had a quiet little dinner together and in some bar that I found on Foursquare back when that was a thing. So
Oh, I remember Foursquare.
yeah, it was a fantastic fucking bar. So they had like these boar meatballs. Oh man, it's great. So yeah, that's what I'm planning, what I'm hoping to do. Anything else going on in life, Trevor? T-Dog?
No, I mean, cooking was the big like time suck this week, but it was good. I'm up near, I don't know. I still write every day. I just don't like mark it off in the app every day. So I need to check and see like what I'm up to.
You need to make a list, make a chart of you making the chart where you write in the list every week or something.
469.
A reminder for
69.
a reminder.
Exactly.
Yeah, I had the 669 recently. That was a nice day. Yeah, I'm like 704 now, which is weird. I keep forgetting like what day exactly it is 2 years, because like you're like, oh, a year is 365 days. Anytime you multiply that by like 2 or 3, it's like I don't fucking know how many days that is. What are you talking about? But
I mean, you are a college dropout at this point, so it's expected that you wouldn't know math.
I don't know math anymore. 730 is 2 years, which is a nice even number. I appreciate that. Year calendar, Gregorian.
It's almost as if when you multiply anything by 2, it gives you an even number.
Yeah, well, that's ridiculous. Let's not get hasty here. So yeah, that's been fun. 700 hit 700 days this week. Nabashin, what's up? How's life?
That's pretty all right.
There's a housewarming party you went to?
Yeah, my best friends threw a party. Like they did it so early in the day. Well, here's the situation. Like my parents went out of town, so like to see my grandfather. It was his 80th birthday. So they needed me to take care of the house. So I took care of the house, and that was the same day it was the housewarming party. So like I had to like clean the house a little bit before I left to do that. And so by the time I got there, most of the quote unquote older people were gone, like their parents and most of their family members were gone. So like
This is party time.
Basically, it was like like as soon as I got there, it's like, oh, the life of the party's here. I'm like not really. Like I'm just the guy. But
Tell me
like
about it.
it was weird though, because like I sort of manned that party because like no one was really doing anything, and then I was like, do you want to play Jackbox Party Pack? So we played that for a while. We just played the trivia death one, the trivia salt like one.
Yeah.
We did like maybe 5 rounds of that. And that was fun. And then like all of a sudden, they was like, I want to play Until Dawn, and it's like, sure. And so, and by saying I want to play Until Dawn, it means I play Until Dawn, and everyone else tells me what to do. And we did that for like, and we did that for like 4 hours. Like we did that for way longer than we needed to. But like,
That
they
game
all
is
enjoyed
hella
it.
entertaining though. So
Yeah. Yeah, it was all good times though. Saw a good couple of people I never met before, and people haven't seen in a good long while. Like one of my friends, Keith. Like I haven't seen him in like probably over a year. But like anytime we see each other, it's like it's like immediately like a talking ground. It's like, oh, dude, how have you been? Keith's one of the few people I could do that with. So like, it was a good time. But other than that, though, it hasn't really been anything. Just been work in saving, and that's all I can do now. So
yep, I feel you. I don't know about you. Like, I'm so I wouldn't say I'm frugal. I know Scott is. Scott can relate to this. Although I recently found out how much money Scott has saved, and it was a terrifying number. But I wouldn't say I'm frugal, but I just like don't spend my money on anything anymore. Like I barely spend my money on food. I usually go like grocery shopping once every 2 weeks, get gas every 2 weeks, and then like we'll buy food during my lunch breaks at work. And that's all I spend my money on. And that and video games.
yeah, I'm not that frugal. Like for the most part, like I still like I still like there's certain cravings as far as food is like I just have to go get that. Like I want a Chick-fil-A like at least once a week, and then it's like crap, that's terrible for me. So, but I do it anyway.
Yeah, you gotta. It feeds the soul.
But like yeah, like ever since I got my tax return and I bought the stuff that I wanted, like because like the thing about 2017 is like this is like a real bad year for me in a good way, because like there's so much I just want to get. There's like everything speaks to me now. So it's like I was thinking like this about this recently. It's like this is the year for me as far as like as far as my PS4 being something that's like a system that's like, yeah, you're finally like what I wanted you to be, because like everything is like speaking to me as far as like games is coming out. It's usually it's like if you told me like if you asked me like any like year before, like I probably would say like weirdly the Wii U was like the system that was like a game that was like the system that was speaking to me, but now it's like shifted over finally to PS4, because like I always had PS4 games, which has been fine, but like it's like just your Witcher 3 and then like maybe Until Dawn and then Uncharted, but like nothing really else that was like popping out like that, or Vita games were being PS4 games, which was like weird. So like I already have like 5 games already that's like really spoke to me this year, and this year's already started, so like I feel really good about it just now.
Yeah, I mean it's just we've been talking about it over the last few weeks. Strong year, at least for most of us. Yeah, I get that. I don't know. Like I started like just spending less and less money as the holiday season came around, and then I essentially before I even got my tax return, I set aside all the money for the Switch. And then I got my tax return, which was a good deal of money, and I haven't spent any of it yet because I'm too terrified to. But that's all going to go to like packs.
As the resident adult, good for all of you for doing your taxes so early and already getting your returns. I'm so proud.
I did my taxes literally the day I got my W-2, which was like January 26th, and then I was done. It was over.
I've done mine. The Social Security office or something has my birthday wrong. So anytime I ever try and do it like electronically, it spits it back and it's like, sorry, your information doesn't match our records. So I always have to like do the mail-in copy, because my birthday is March 19th and somewhere they have it on file as like March 29th. And I'm just too lazy every year to go and like get that actually fixed, because when I mail it in, they're like, okay, fine, here you go. It just doesn't make it through the automatic check of getting my money back. So I've got mine done. I just have to wait now a couple weeks before the money gets into my account.
Yeah. I feel you on that laziness thing. Like just last week I just changed my voter registration to my actual house I am right now. Like I've been and like when I voted last year.
I mean that's good because now Trump's not going to get you.
Yeah, exactly. Because like last year, I just went to the area where I used to live at just to vote for over there because they wouldn't let me vote for in my general area right now. So it's like, so that was a dumb thing I had to do.
Yeah, I just I had put off doing a change of address card, and I found out when I ended up finally I should do this. I've been living here for a year, after and now I had essentially my apartment was still my address on my driver's license, so I moved into
the one
place,
that blew up.
No, my apartment, then the house that blew up, and then the house that I live in now.
Okay.
So it's been a minute since I've been living here.
I just reminded you about the Persona pre-order.
Yeah.
That would have been a sad day. That would have been a sad day.
Yeah, I mean, still April, right? So, although that order still says February 14th.
That happened with my my PSVR pre-order because I moved out of this apartment into a house and then was there for 9 months, and then we broke up, and so I moved back into this apartment, and that really confused me. Anybody who I had to do change of address stuff for, they're like, "Wait, we already have this address on file for you." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm back there now." Just let's go ahead and just give me the internet back over there, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I realized you could change your address. So submit a change of address form online. It's literally took me a minute to do it, and I felt I just felt worse afterwards. Of man, yeah, I should have just done this, huh? And then they ship you that change of address card. So
yeah, that's how I'm feeling about taxes. But you said they sent you forms.
I just got a W-2 from where I work.
Oh, okay.
So.
That's the only thing that your work's gonna send you. You can get the forms for free. You just have to go to the IRS and download them.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm gonna have to do.
Yeah.
Unless I prepare through TurboTax, and it's okay, here's all the forms, and they just put it all in there, and all you have to do is print it out. But
yeah, I don't have any.
If you're gonna self prepare completely, then you can just download the forms online.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any other forms. Sometimes there's 1099s involved and whatever's. So it was just the one thing for me because that's all I do is just the one thing that I do. So that was good.
Yeah. Other than that though, I watched the Ronin Kitchen movie, which is real good. I got that on Blu-ray. I was happy about that. 5 years. That took me back when I saw that live. In the movie theater.
It's fucking crazy. That was 2012.
Dude, I can't remember.
Did you saw that while you were in Japan?
Yeah, I can't even remember how I even got in that theater. I ordered popcorn, I got candy, I sat in the seat, I watched the entire movie, and then I went down, I got a souvenir pin, which I still have, which is a reverse blade sword pin. And then I left that theater, and how did I do all that? I don't know, but it was great.
We're going. I am legitimately getting excited about this trip. It's happening for real. We're doing it. We're going to Japan. We're going to the Mecca.
For sure.
And it's the first time as an adult where I've thought about doing a out of country trip where I'm no, this is happening. This is for sure going to happen, and we're gonna do it, and it's gonna be great.
What other plans have you had that were for sure not happening?
Well, my mom and I have talked about going to Ireland forever. We both really want to do it, but we've never sat down and just I've never felt like we were both really committed to doing it. I have to get my passport done and all that, which I have to do at some point this year. But yeah, her and I have talked about that a lot, but it's just never happened. Although I've just been, I've been thinking about traveling a lot more recently. I kind of just want to do it. I have nothing holding me back anymore. No weekly obligation outside of this show that's holding me back, but I can do this show from anywhere. So
yeah, I was supposed to go to Australia. Joey and I had booked booked stuff for RTX Sydney, and then we both kind of flaked on it. And I'm gonna be very careful about what I book in the future because I've got a whole bunch of Virgin Australia like flight credit that I can't use because it's not even if it were like transferable to Virgin does not fly out of Sky Harbor, so just got a whole bunch of airline credit that I'm like, well, that was a dumb call. Oops.
Yeah, I'm always terrified of that too, of like booking something too early and then it falling through in some. That's like I always wait until we're submitted for PAX before I get my plane tickets, even if it's late. Yeah, I just have to wait for my own sanity. But yeah, now I don't have anything to worry about. I can just get it done. I book it. It'll be good. But yeah, and I don't know, Scott, how's life, man? How's life treating you?
Pretty good.
Cool. How's school? How's that drive?
The drive is awful.
Yeah, I bet. How do you? So is this the time where we get you into podcasts just so you have something to listen to on your drive?
Nope.
All right.
In order to get to school on time, I have to use the GPS.
Okay.
And you see, I don't use it because I need to know where I'm going. I use it because that's the only way that I'm going to take the right route that doesn't take an hour and a half.
So it'll like
Because
update with traffic and whatnot.
for the first week of school, which we're into the third week coming up.
Sure.
For the first week of school, I didn't take the same path twice.
Okay.
Only this past week have I seen the same road.
So you took like 5 different ways.
Monday through Friday was all were different,
It was a new adventure every day.
and then orientation was different as well.
Okay.
So right now I'm sitting on 6 different ways I can go there.
Oh, that sounds like a nightmare.
And and it's the only way I'm going to know which one is
The
by
optimal route.
Yeah, is by GPS because it changes the route midway.
Okay. Keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, because what it'll say is, oh, wait a second, this isn't a 45-minute drive. This is now an hour and 20-minute drive. Would you like to take this faster route? Yeah.
Scott just starts yelling in his car. Please. I mean, yeah, I can still get you into a podcast. Get you to listen to some Giant Bomb. Change your life. Make you a podcast weeb. Finally.
As if you've been waiting to do it all your life.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least the last fucking 7 years. No, I know that was a dead dream at the moment it started. But how's actual school going?
So far, so good.
Cool, man.
I am out of the general education classes, so now everything's easier. Funny how that works, right?
Yeah, it's it's almost as if this is now the stuff that you know and care about.
Yeah.
Heaven forbid. But I'm glad that's good. I know there were dumb stuff that you were running into before. So, anything else happened this week for you, bud? Slow week.
Let's see. I mean, I can give you the heads up that next week I'll be recording from my brother's place.
Okay.
Because I want to say on Friday or it's middle of Saturday, I'll be moving in with him
Oh, cool.
for
Sweet.
about a week or two.
Okay.
Do you want to
Yeah.
finish Final Fantasy 15 that badly?
No.
Different brother, right?
Different
Okay.
brother. The different brother. No, the when they're in here working on the kitchen, there's
Say no more.
yeah.
Don't want to be there for that.
Nope.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. I'm excited to hear updates on how they're tearing your house apart. Cool. Will's cool. He's nice enough.
Yeah.
I don't know where he lives now, but that shouldn't be a surprise. I don't know his life. I don't know what he gets up to in his shenanigan time. Tony?
Sup,
Dude?
dude? Sup.
What's going on?
I mean,
How's you?
hang out. So I'm not playing that anymore.
Do you tell me this?
Okay.
Did you at any point like Yu-Gi-Oh?
No. Like I respect
Why?
it as a card game, but I never really liked playing it all that much.
Then why did you spend thousands of dollars,
Not thousands,
$1,000+ on Yu-Gi-Oh?
less than that. But
$939 on Yu-Gi-Oh.
man, that's pretty exact.
I know.
No, I did it because
Did it
well,
for 10.
I did. I really did.
That's what it seems like to me, based on last week's episode.
And I don't remember if I told if I told like the reason why I started playing or not already. But like, Danny was going through a rough spot about I guess 2 weeks after I got here, and he just needed a distraction. So he was like, "What if we just played some Yu-Gi-Oh?" And I was like, "I'll get into this with you as a bro." And
Commit to the bit.
so yeah, and now we did that. And it was a good way to like hang out with people that I didn't know that well yet, all that stuff. So I made make some friends, do that kind of stuff. So that's basically why I started playing it. I mean, like I grew to enjoy playing like the things that I liked about it, but as a total product, and I was talking to this with my friends yesterday. If I had to rate Yu-Gi-Oh on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably give it a 2 out of 10.
Harsh.
And there are reasons for that, but I'm not going to
Savage
get into it.
AF. Please don't.
I mean,
So-
seems accurate from everything I've heard about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, it's all right. I don't know.
0 out of 10, not enough power
I
tool
said-
dragons.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's basically where I'm at with it.
You can't be a
but
big kahuna in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. One of the roommates' parents was in town this week. Brendan's mom and dad were in town. So Brendan's mom, awesome lady, by the way, came over and cooked us dinner one night.
Does she also yell about anime?
I hope not when I was there, but I hope that's something she indulges in.
Yeah.
No, but she cooked us like a really awesome steak dinner. We all sat down to eat, and then she was like, we went around the table, like all of us were there, and we went around the table. She was like, all right, tell me 3 things about yourself that have nothing to do with gaming or social media. And I was like, fuck, what do I do?
I really
but,
like music.
Anime.
Well, it's weird because Brendan is also from Maryland. So his parents, flew in from Maryland. So I had just been talking to her before we did that, so she already knew all the things that I would say normally. So it was interesting having to like come up with like things because we think so much about games and social media and all that stuff. It's a lot of what we do on the daily. So yeah, but
What part of Maryland are they from?
they are from the Bethesda region.
Got it. All right, that's not too far.
Yeah, not so bad. So we did that. Otherwise, it's just been a pretty normal week.
Cool.
Yeah, still haven't gone to the strip. Trevor and I'll go when he's here.
Yeah, get wasted.
Woo woo.
Spill some drinks on the Citadel.
I got to take into Fat Tuesdays.
This all sounds horrifying. I haven't been to Vegas since the first PlayStation experience. So
There's-
I'm certainly afraid.
There's this chain on the strip of basically it's a slushie with alcohol in it.
Okay.
There's a picture on Danny's Twitter of me with this giant fucking tube full of it.
Yeah.
And we're gonna get you one, and then find you a slot machine to sit in front of for 5 minutes. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. As long as the slot machine has anime girls.
No. I'm calling dibs on the Titanic slot machine.
Okay.
That's. I'm gonna be super old woman who gets my heart will go on anytime the I get a bar at all or a
Yeah.
cherry.
Yeah. It's the penny only slot machine.
It's my no joke. My grandmother and aunt are in Laughlin right now, along with my mom for my aunt's birthday. Her birthday's on Valentine's Day, and so they're up there because it's like that's what they do. That's what my grandmother and aunt have always done on like holidays and stuff. It used to be they used to go to Vegas. Like every Thanksgiving, it would be Thanksgiving dinner, and then they book a trip to Vegas for the weekend. And now they are too like gun shy to actually go full tilt Vegas. Also, the like hotel that would put them up every year because they spent enough money like on the floor stopped. It closed down, the Frontier Hotel, back in like the 90s or 2000s or something. So yeah, now they do Laughlin instead, and they're probably playing bingo right now.
Hell yeah! Now bingo, that's a real game.
That's the real shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no Keno, but
You
okay.
know, I mean, let's not get carried away. I had a chill week. It was a very stressful week of just getting ready for PAX and chomping down everyone's throats to get articles written and posted and editing stuff and yada yada. I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff on the website and also coming to the website soon, so it worked out. But
I mean, save that for housekeeping, Alex.
yeah, I know. I'm not telling you what it is, I promise. Not yet. Heaven forbid I break the format of this show, the sacred format. But yeah, so I just stressful. I wanted to edit Alex Talks, and I'm like, oh, I have all this pack stuff to do.
Oh, that's still a thing you do, eh?
Yeah. Although I did do some reshoots this week, so I did that, and hopefully that doesn't look terrible, although I'm sure it will. And I'm continuing to work on this new format of that show that is just becoming more and more difficult to kind of grasp. We'll see.
New format.
So essentially it's like a more focused version of the show, whereas like the essays that I've written for Alex Talks up until now have been kind of more general or conceptual topics like about formatting or pacing or multiple games, comparing, contrasting things. The one that's going up this month at some point is a compare and contrast. Whereas case study, which is the other format of that show, is like about one thing. So I've written 2 finished episodes of that. One is about Final Fantasy 15. The other is about Resident Evil 7. And the one that I want to put out first, but like has been giving me a lot of trouble, is this one about Overwatch that I wrote forever ago, and that was like the first one I wrote, and it was how I kind of started focusing in on that format. But like, just it's a different thing to write, and it's gonna look a little bit different, and it's just been hard. I maybe I just need to do like some test shots of like, let me just try and cut this video just so I know what it'll look like, because that. Like, I knew exactly what I wanted the regular version of the show to look like, save for the background, but I had an idea of that. So it was easy to write for because I'm like, okay, this is, it's pretty basic. There's nothing too crazy going on.
Yeah,
But case study's different. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't put out anything for Overwatch because I know you did the same. I know you did something for Undertale last year because I thought that would be like a yearly thing of like let's talk about your general feelings of your game of the game of the year for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, obviously you said it on your Alex Talks when you talk about your game of the year, so like I guess that would be
I was thinking about cutting a video and doing like a script commentary for it. But like that kind of just turned into what I wrote about Overwatch in my personal list.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was like a more succinct way of putting it. So, I was just happy with that in the end of the day. I wanted to, again, like I just wanted to do a video essentially, versus a written post. And then I was like, oh, and I have like this case study for Overwatch that I want to put out. But again, it's just like nailing down what I want the flow of that show to be is difficult. And hopefully that'll make more sense when people see the show. And these types of episodes are going to take longer to make, but I think they're going to be they're going to be specialized, right? Tailored to a specific thing, like one game or one idea that is way more in depth on like digging way deeper into that thing. Versus like kind of comparing and moving from topic to topic in a way that makes sense. So I don't know. I just been having way more trouble with it than I thought I would. That's why I had to reshoot kind of like this other Alex Talks that I had shot in December just because I wanted to kind of interject that. And hopefully I can get that out this weekend now that I'm out of the way of PAX. I know I've been saying that for a couple weeks now, but I've just had a lot going on. And then in other news, I got really fucking wasted last night and played video games on stream.
Yeah, that the thing that happened.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you see the end of that, Tony?
No,
Oh boy.
I did see the Snapchats though.
Oh boy. Those Snapchats were, I could not watch them when I woke up this morning. I could not bring myself to go through them. They were very funny though.
That was a thing that you did.
Yeah, I sent a lot of text
You're
messages.
gonna have to live with that.
Yeah. I sent a lot of text messages last night to whoever was unlucky enough to send me a message.
Yeah, fair.
And yeah, man, I drink a lot of wine.
Yeah. Since I can actually talk to you now, you can't read worth a shit when you're drunk apparently.
Oh, I knew.
because so you said like, hey, seriously guys or something, and Siri activated, and you were like, why is Siri talking to me now? Why is my phone? You were that drunk that you didn't realize
I
you
knew
triggered it.
Like why, but like, you know, I was having fun.
I don't think you knew. I don't think you did know. So I tried to correct it, and then you're like, hey Sin, because I wrote Siri
I
and you
remember
saw
this.
R and I as an N,
Yeah.
and then I wrote S space I space R space I,
Yeah.
and explained it, and you were like, Cyril, what are you talking about? And I was like, I'm fucking done with you, Alex.
I remember that.
Drunk ass piece of shit. You're
I,
never editing anything I ever write.
hey man, I was drunk. All right, I was having a good time.
You were indeed having a good time.
Yeah, except I fucking kept getting stuck in that. At least I got past those bats. In Neo, those fucking bats that attack you. Yeah, that was. Well, I'll mention it again in a moment, but there's an archive of that video worth looking at. I think. I've never gotten drunk on stream before, and it was not at least to that degree, let's say, and it was a good time. I had fun.
In a non extra life sense.
Yeah,
In a
I was
non-extra
getting
life
ready to
sense.
say.
I was not nearly as drunk as I was last night as I was at Extra Life, though. I was definitely drunk, but not. Oh man, that was real. I've not gotten that drunk in a long time. So yeah, when I went upstairs, I talked to my roommates. I don't even really remember what I said to them. I said some shit, and they were like, "Are you okay?" And like, wine hangovers are really bad. You should make sure you drink water. I'm like, I just finished 3 glasses of water, and I have to pee really bad right now. Let's get the show started. How's that sound?
Okay.
I mean, it sounds bad, but okay.
Yeah, well, strap in. You're already warmed up, Trevor. You'll be fine.
Yes, I've already recorded a 3-hour podcast today. I'm good.
You record like 12-hour podcasts, so
Today's was on the shorter side,
yeah.
which I was not sad about at all because I was like, I know I've got this one coming ahead too.
Yeah. God knows this one won't be.
40 minutes of bonus content, 50 minutes of bonus content.
I try and keep it to 30, but we were having a good conversation. All right. You guys ready to start recording?
Yep.
Give me just a sec, my man.
I'll wait.
Thanks, Boo. Let's see.
And I know NATO. I know he can't read worth a damn.
It's all right. Well, fucking Nate, Nate sends me very weirdly written DMs. He types.
Don't go and be racist against Australia.
He writes like Australians stereotypically talk, and it's very funny, and I can't understand them sometimes.
I bet you write how Americans stereotypically talk.
Yeah. Sometimes when I text people, I'm very formal though. It's weird. I know it's weird though, and sometimes I lean into that. That's fun.
You mean you
That's...
capitalize the U and you up?
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
Capital up. You know what I'm saying?
Did you buy new shoes, Alex?
I did.
All right.
I bought new shoes weeks ago.
Okay, like you're still doing
Podcast.
your PAX East recommendation shit.
Yeah. I bought them in January so that I could break them in by the time I got to PAX.
Smart.
Yeah. I didn't want to make a big thing out of it though, because apparently a lot of people that we know have strong opinions about shoes, especially Mr. Daniel Juarez. I don't want anybody judging me for my shoe.
What, they have to have
decisions.
Donkey Kong on them or something?
Yeah, they gotta have this Donkey Kong shit. Yankee dang.
Yonky Dong.
You ready, Tony?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. On one. On we. Not on we. On one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nailed it.
We did it.
Boom.
Proud of all of you. Anybody have to use the bathroom or anything? Now's the time to do it. Forever hold your peace. Blah blah blah.
I'll go grab another drink since I've just finished mine.
Go for it.
Yeah, I guess LP. Sure, why not?
Sure.
Yay, alcohol.
Yeah.
Cheers, gents.
Cheers.
Chia.
I was gonna have another glass of wine during the show, but I wouldn't say I'm still hungover. I just my body is in a place where it's like you just shouldn't do that.
Probably for the best, yeah.
Yeah. Although, man, I had not had the spins in a long time. But I had the spins this morning.
PAX East last year?
Yeah, that was the last time. That was the last time I had the spins. So,
That was a good night.
That was a good night. I didn't even feel bad. Like, that was fine, though, because I just had the one drink throughout that night. So, maybe 2. I had like a vodka sour or something at some point. But it was mostly rum and Coke. I guess like the white wine to red wine switch really fucked me up. But that's fine. Brought to you by Wonderful. this entire bottle that I drank last night. It's only 750 milliliters. And I got 3 other bottles left.
So,
Yeah.
how are things?
Things are well.
Mm-hmm.
You back now, Mission?
I wasn't asking you. I was asking Scott.
Whoa.
Pretty good.
I mean, that's
Good.
why I didn't respond, because I
Yeah,
knew it
exa-
wasn't
he knew.
directed at me.
I didn't. Clearly, I'm just adult. All right. Let's get started. Oh. Something coming up. It is Sunday, February... Oh, not 12th. 2nd. It's 12th. It's the 12th. Let me try that
It's
again.
the 12th.
It's the 12th. I almost said 2nd. February 2nd. Just 10 days off. It is Sunday, February 12th, 2017, and you are listening to the Irrational Passions podcast. I am Alex O'Neill, your host this evening, and with me this week, we have Scott Guthier,
Hello.
Tony Horvath.
Hey,
Hi.
Oh, nice. Starting to do it today, huh?
Not feeling it, Tony?
no, I'm feeling something.
Brian Nabashin Jackson.
Oogala 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 chaka oogala 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 chaka oogala 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 chaka oogala 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 chaka.
I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me when you hold me in your arms so tight and let me know everything's all right. I'm hooked on the feeling. That's it.
That's it.
It was the robot voice. Like, as soon as I forgot about it and then heard it again, I was like, this is fucking great. Joining us this week, Trevor Starkey is here.
That's 2016 Irrational Passions podcast most valuable guest, Trevor Starkey. Thank you very much. Son of a bitch.
I mean, listen. To be fair, it was a tied category, and I felt bad the whole time. Oh my god, the number of subtweets that were happening after that episode went out.
Oh, that very Courtney reply.
And like Allie for sure didn't even listen, so she doesn't even know still.
Yeah,
She's
very
off.
true.
She's becoming a lawyer. You know, she's moving on. She's done with us. She's gonna be most valuable lawyer when we get sued inevitably.
I mean, we'll still tell her to put it on the resume, though.
oh yeah. I mean, it looks good.
Yeah.
Hey Trevor, welcome back.
Hey. Thanks for having me back.
Absolutely. It's only a matter of time. We couldn't keep you away.
If we count my Game of the Year stuff, this is my 5th appearance.
Yeah.
Now in the 5 Timers Club.
Yeah. Danny said something about Trevor and a guest. I'm like, well, Danny's not a guest anymore, so he doesn't count. He's not. He can't win most valued guest anymore. That's actually the only reason we brought him on. That was it.
So even though you hadn't brought him on yet, you're making all of this.
We're like, oh, he made such a fucking big deal out of this. I guess
You gave him a whole fucking award to himself.
It's true. Although that award has fluctuated to different folks in the past. There's been different things. There's a Greg Blaney award, an Evan Wall award, and it's been different strokes for different folks. We got a good show lined up for all of you. We're recording on Sunday, day late, not $1 short. I'll have you know, though. This one, if it cost $1, would probably not be worth it. But lucky for us, it's free.
It's a good 72 cents.
It's a good 72 cents. So technically not $1 short. Let's kick things off with some housekeeping for folks who don't know. If you don't know, listen, if you don't know where Trevor's from, you're fucking up, okay? Full stop. You are fucking up. It is your responsibility to figure it out from here. No, I'll give you your form, Trevor. For folks who don't know, where are you from on the internet? What are you up to?
I am from trevortrove.com is my site, and my podcast is Trove Talk, which is basically like second in length to Irrational Passions at times. Sometimes I push past you guys in terms of how long we run. But it's also like way longer at a per person rate because it's me and one other guest talking for 4 hours at a time.
5 hours. Sometimes.
Five and a half if you're Zyger. Yeah. To the point that YouTube would not accept the video when I tried to upload it. It was like, this is too long. Stop it. But yeah, I host Trove Talk. It's my gaming and getting to know you podcast where I bring on a guest and we talk about their gaming history, their favorite video game, something completely outside of gaming, and then we kind of wrap it up with community questions. Alex has been kind enough to be on the show, and I still want to get the rest of you guys on at some point. So that's taken up a lot of my time. And then, yeah, Trevor Trove still going strong, where I'm writing about video games and stuff. I'm not publishing every day like I used to back in the day, but I still get a fair amount up there, and I've expanded here a little bit outside of games and doing music or movie reviews and stuff like that too, as I see fit.
Cool. Have you written anything about Hamilton yet? I don't actually know.
I wrote a Hamilton mixtape review.
Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I put up.
I finally listened to that recently. It is a much better thing consumed altogether than bit by bit.
I would agree. Yeah.
So
our friend Brandon Gann read what I had written about it and basically was like I've read a lot of your stuff. This is the thing you've been most passionate about in my review of that. So I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yay.
I'll have to get off my ass and check it out and actually read something that some of my friends do.
It's okay.
It's all right. I'm a bad person.
I know.
We can be honest about it. This is an unsafe place for me.
I mean, hey, you read my work, so like, that's good enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, I had to.
Okay.
It was forced upon me.
And then I also technically freelance write for IGN.
Yeah.
That's the lead that I buried. And largely because I haven't had anything up on the site recently, so been too busy with work and my own stuff. But I am technically on their system as a freelance news writer.
There you go.
Good deal.
Are you gonna try and do any preview stuff for them at PAX East?
I reach out to them every time, and they're like, yeah, we're especially something like PAX East. They're going to have their own team there, so like they're heavy hitters there. So unlikely, but maybe.
Yeah. I always like writing previews.
Yeah.
I think there's a way to make those fun, especially.
Yeah, I had a good time doing them at PAX South for my own site. Got to preview Breath of the Wild and the Switch and stuff.
Yeah. As a man who has handled the Switch, what'd you think?
It's a good handheld. I am less impressed by it as a console. I would see myself really only using it like while I'm waiting in line at something like a PAX, because that's the only time I really typically do dedicated handheld gaming at this point. But it was good. It's basically like a wider, thicker Vita in that sense. In terms of like if you're holding the Switch as the handheld, it in terms of going from like console version to handheld version, that was a pretty smooth transition. We did that like halfway through my Zelda demo. We like started out playing the game in the Joy Grip, and then at some point just kind of pulled the Joy-Con out and stuck them in, popped the thing out, and it went straight in. It takes a little bit longer to transfer back to the TV, but like we're talking seconds, so nothing devastatingly terrible. Yeah, it's fine. It didn't wow me enough to the point where I'm like, yep, I'm getting that day one still. I'm still going to wait for more of a lineup, and I'm just going to play Zelda on the Wii U instead. But I think it will be a worthy successor to the 3DS in the long run when they're finally ready to retire that. I think that's where it's going to kind of get its core audience from.
Cool. I'll take that. 3 is a good system. I like it. Cool. Good to know that. Thank you for sharing your
Absolutely
switchuation. I love that snap. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I enjoy it way too much. Just to move over into some housekeeping, there's a lot of stuff up on irrationalpassions.com. If you've never been to that website, hey, maybe check it out.
You should go. It's got some pretty good stuff.
Got some stuff up there. Jarrett reviewed Stories, Paths of Destinies.
One of my games of the year.
Yeah, one of your games of the year.
I was excited to see that up there.
I would say that maybe he didn't like it as much as you did.
No, I would concur with that. It got what, a 6?
6, yeah. But I've been playing that game recently. I ran into a bug where it like crashed in the middle of a level that I was like almost done with, and then when I went back to play it, it's like, all right, now you have to start this whole level over again, and I'm like, well, I'm not gonna play this right now. Yeah, but I was enjoying it. I liked the voice acting quite a bit in that game, and that is Spearhead. And they, having met those guys, I previewed one of their first game forever ago at PAX East, I think 2014, which was like this local co-op game. Yeah, those guys, there's a lot of talent there. A lot of ex-Ubisoft people worked on Assassin's Creed and whatnot. And this is a cool idea with a fun feel to it. So you can check that review out. I think it's still a great review. Obviously, the most recent episodes of the podcast are out. A bunch of announcements last week, like Danny Juarez joining the IP crew and IP
the
West.
We Dem Boys cast.
The We Dem Boys cast. IP West coming March. Tony, you did a couple of $1 1 sentence reviews.
I did.
Which,
Yeah.
if you're unfamiliar, it's you get a sentence for every dollar it costs for that game.
Yep.
You did one for Risk of Rain and Valhalla, Cyberpunk Bartender Action.
Hell yeah.
Those are both up as of now. You can go read those. Danny Juarez.
Sorry, can I interrupt? Was it hard? Since Valhalla was your game of the year, Tony, was it hard, like confining it to however many sentences it was?
I actually spoke at length with this to Alex about how it is like the $1 1 sentence reviews are a challenge because of that. And even for like, even I have less to say about Risk of Rain, but even still, fitting 10, like distilling that down to 10 sentences and getting across everything I wanted to get across is a difficult thing to do. It's even more so with Valhalla. Like when it kind of comes down to it, I had to like, what I love most about that game, I had to put into something like 2 sentences. So it is difficult to get everything into it that I want into it. And that's why I like doing those reviews. It's kind of the idea behind the series is, you know, what can I say about a game if I'm only giving it a sentence per dollar that it costs? And I was saying maybe I'll do something like Neo in the future where I actually get, you know, full 60 sentences to actually hash out stuff about a game. And, you know, that'll be a completely different thing. And, you know, it should be cool.
Yeah.
How many run-on sentences did you have to?
A lot.
Just lots and lots of semicolons.
There's a lot of
Oh, yeah.
semicolons in that review.
Oh yeah.
It was good too. It was good. I appreciate that. I'm a big fan of the semicolon. Anyone who
And the Oxford comma.
The Oxford comma and I have a tenuous relationship,
All right, fair.
which we've talked about on this show before when Brant Range was on. It's funny, like when I was going to school, there was a hard stance against the Oxford comma and all of my
Fuck them.
journalism
Oxford
classes.
commas are great.
I go back and forth, which is probably super bad for like formatting. It depends on the context. But Brant Ranch, man.
Well, I mean, sometimes you don't want to use it because you are literally combining 2 objects.
yeah, of course.
You see, but that would be a situation where it wouldn't apply in the first place.
Yeah. I don't use it usually if there's a colon involved. If I'm listing something, I don't use the Oxford comma. But like, you know, that's a very divisive grammatical.
I'm a very pro Oxford comma person. I will strive to use more in my writing.
I don't
rather
have
than
a
less.
strong opinion about it, you know. Brant Ranch does. Holy shit.
Well, the
Croatians
Oxford,
and Oxford commas, man. I
the
don't know what
Oxford
you want.
comma only comes into play when you're using the word and when you're listing stuff with a colon, you shouldn't have an and.
Well, it's like I went to the grocery store and I needed to get 3 things: milk, cheese, and whatever.
Yeah, fuck anything else.
Milk,
is
cheese,
all you
and
need.
eggs. I don't know. I couldn't think of a third grocery item.
Creative writing. Can't
Man,
think
this
of the
guy who
third
says he
thing.
loves going grocery shopping.
Guys, I wrote like 1,000-word blog post today.
But I mean, at the same time, I've had
Hungover.
cheese and eggs before, and they're great.
There you go. And whatever. Anyway,
I'm pro Oxford comma.
Yeah.
I finally got away from doing 2 spaces after a period.
Oh, thank God.
Years ago, but like I'm from an era that grew up where that was the norm because it was still like the transition into computer writing where because the spacing on like a typewriter doesn't make room, and so it was like do 2 spaces to give yourself room from the period, but then like every text font in like Word and stuff gives you enough space included in the period that you're fine with just 1 space afterwards.
Yeah. Evan Wall still does 2 spaces after a period. There was one
He's
writer.
too young for that. What?
What, Evan? Yeah, no, we are past that generation that was taught that. I don't know why Evan does that. I think he had like a specific teacher that made him do it. He told me at one point, but I forgot. Much like I've forgotten almost everything about my relationship with Evan because he just doesn't.
Who's Evan?
Who's Evan? One of
I
the
mean,
writers.
I can legitimately ask that, but
Yeah,
I won't.
One of the writers that is written for Rational Passions, outside of Evan, of course,
And it's not a piece of shit.
and it's not a piece of shit. Did that and doesn't anymore because of me, I think so. Oh wow! Oh, sorry, I just noticed that the the tweet from the IrrationalPod Twitter account for this live podcast is like in Sanskrit or some shit.
Hell yeah.
I like the whatever random language it picks just to tweet out. I don't know why it does that, but it brings me great joy. Danny Juarez reviewed Resident Evil 7 Biohazard.
It's a pretty good review.
up on the site. You should check it out. Logan Wilkinson wrote a column about the ambiguous endings of video games that happened in 2016. I think it's all just 2016 games in that. I haven't actually gotten the chance to read all of that. I did not edit that piece. Jarrett did. But I read enough of it. You know, it's got very much Logan's kind of storytelling expertise in it. I love it. I love that kind of stuff, and I think he's very good at it. So you should check that out. Jarrett Green, host of Monthly Passions podcast, wrote an opinion piece about Mobius Final Fantasy. There you go, Scott. Getting that hookup. And it's titled How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Auto Battle. And it's fantastic. You should fucking read that. So
I've been auto battling Fire Emblem's
Me
Heroes
too.
while we've been podcasting.
Well, not while we're podcasting. I don't play games while we podcast.
Oh,
I mean, it's there for a reason.
I mean, when Alex talks, I'm like, I can tune out for this auto battle.
yeah.
Mhm.
No, I get
That's fair.
I get that a lot. You should check those out. And Tony's other $1 1 sentence Valhalla Cyberpunk bartender action out there as well. There was more stuff past that though. YouTube.com/Irrational Passions. There was 3 streams that we did this week that you should check out. They are archived there.
Probably skip the last one though.
Oh, that last one was real good.
Unless you like people
Uh,
eating pizza.
Yeah, there was a good 20 minutes of just me eating pizza in that stream. So I played Neo. Kind of did a launch stream of that. Just booted it up for the first time. Basically got through the first mission. That was a lot of fun. Thank you to everyone who hung out for that. We streamed some The Division. Excuse me. Second in that series with Danny, Andrew Taylor from Fit the Gamer, his new podcast you should check out, and of course Jacob Bryant from of Variety.com of Fear the
And
Walking
Fear
Dead
the Walking
recap.
Dead reviews.
Yeah. Great fame. Although he's
Not
His
great at
legacy.
counting to 10, but he's good at reviewing Walking Dead.
he's on that the Arrow and the CW DC beat now, so just check out that stuff that he does because he's much more proud of it. And he doesn't hate any of those shows like he hates Fear the Walking Dead. So those are fun. We did another 2 hours of that. And I also played more Neo, and I was like, hey, what if I just drank a whole bunch of wine and got fucking trashed on this stream? And I did, and it was a lot of fun. Played a little bit of that second mission of Neo. Drank an entire bottle of wine. The people watching bought me a pizza. And hilarity ensued. It was a good time. Thank you to everyone who hung out last night for that.
Because I came after the pizza showed up. Logistically, was that like Zyger texted Danny and was like, hey, what's Alex's address? We're going to mail him, or we're going to ship him a pizza.
No, I mean, Zyger said we should, just in the chat, he's like, we should buy Alex a pizza. And I'm like, I'm unopposed, but I don't like, asking for pizza. I feel like that's a rude thing to do. And then Joey just kept texting me, asking me for my address, and I sent it to her, and then she sent me pizza. So
Nice.
that's where that went. And cheesy bread. The cheesy bread was unnecessary, but highly appreciated. I've got leftovers that I'm going to eat after this podcast. So,
Be sure you treat Joey good. Like treat Joey to a drink next time you see her.
oh, for sure. I just apparently Zyger paid for all of it.
Oh, fuck Zyger. I'm talking about Joey.
Yeah,
I know.
exactly.
Yeah, that's what Zyger told me. He could have been lying. For sure. I tried to convince Joey to go to PAX East, but that didn't work out. I'm just disappointed in her now. That's it. That's all the housekeeping. I don't think anything else went up. Oh, tomorrow, Monday, I have a new column that the first edition of is going up. It's called Simply Mechanics. And it's a very technical type of article. I talk about the mechanics of the Tales games and kind of like some of the triumphs and shortcomings from my perspective of that. It's very, very technical, like talking about frames and CCs and whatever. But if you're into that sort of thing, I think it'll be pretty good. I like writing that kind of stuff. I typically don't publish that. I've written a lot of stuff like that in the past, but I'm like, I don't know if there's an audience for this. I know that some people out there do like that. If you like that, it's a thing I'm hoping to do monthly. talk about mechanics, and it was good catharsis to get that out after finishing Tales of Zestiria. So that'll be up tomorrow, and I hope you like it. There's probably more stuff coming out throughout the week.
Look forward to Bloodborne streams. I think we'll probably get into this week.
Yeah,
I will not look forward to that.
yeah. Trevor's,
Bloodborne streams.
Trevor's fucking game of the year for 2015.
Yeah, dude, that's what I saw.
Loves it. So let's talk
Hey,
about
Trevor, man, if you ever just want to shoot through the rest of that game, I will help you out.
I greatly appreciate the help you came and lent me when I was ready to just throw my controller through my screen.
I wish that I had been more in tune with social media that day. For whatever reason, I hadn't been looking at Twitter, and just realized that that was the day that you were doing it. But I was glad that I found out closer to the end and was able to pop in, at least give you some sense of sanity or guidance through that shit.
Oh yeah,
You were at a very rough part when I got there.
There's no way I would have made it through the 3 shadows or whatever things.
Shadows of Yharnam. Come on,
I
bro.
did that.
The Forbidden Woods is tough.
I did that the first the one attempt. I was like, nope, there's no way I'm gonna get through this. And you were like, oh, hey, I'll join you. I was like, all right, we'll try that. I because I'd had people offer earlier in the evening. And I was like, no, I want to keep it my own kind of thing. And at that point, I was just broken. And I was like,
that's what I figured. Typically, that's how you are when you get through the end of the Forbidden Woods. I joined the stream and you were just trying to find it, and I was like, "Ooh, this is gonna be good."
Yeah,
I had a couple good solid highlights during that.
When you first beat Gascoigne.
Fuck Gascoigne. No, fuck Gascoigne. So. Took me 4 hours to beat Cleric Beast, and I was like, okay, that wasn't too bad. And then Gascoigne took me another 5 hours to beat, and I remember because I was like, fuck it, I'm broken. I'm taking a break. I took a 15-minute break, ate pizza, and then I came back. I had banned Zyger at some point during that.
Oh yeah,
I timed him out because he was just being a little shit. And so I was like, I'm done with you. I turned the chat off on my screen so I couldn't see because that I was just angry at the chat saying, oh, he's gonna make it, and then I died before they realized I had died. And so I was like,
"Lol, there's a whole roll."
But then I came back from that dinner break and beat him the next time out, and I was like, "Yeah, fuck this game."
Sometimes that's what you need in Bloodborne. And you kind of deprive yourself of the ability to just walk away for a time, which totally adds to how frustrating it can get. Sometimes those games you'll walk away, come back, and just smash whatever you'd been beating your head against, and it feels great.
Yeah, one of the bosses, and I always forget her name, big giant monstery thing that turns it to night or whatever.
Vicar Amelia?
Yeah, that one. Beat her on the second try. And that was I think my claim to my big achievement of the stream was that happened.
Did you fight the Blood-Starved Beast at all?
Blood-Starved Beast.
He had to. Yes, he got all the way up to Rom.
I beat the Blood-Starved Beast in 1 or 2 tries. And
that's typically the hardest early boss.
Yeah, that's the one people have the most trouble with in my experience.
I beat the the witch one.
Hemlock, yeah.
Yeah, I beat that that was the one I beat on my first go, I think.
Yeah.
That was more of a puzzle than a boss.
Yeah. That was that was the one I fought right after Greg tweeted that I was doing this. So I had a shit ton of extra eyes on me, and I was like, wow, if everybody's telling me that this is the easiest boss and I fuck it up, I'm gonna be really pissed. And I'm just gonna shut off my PS4 and say fuck you all. And unfortunately that did not happen.
Yeah. I was really sad that I wasn't able to convince you to give Rom another couple shots, even with I'll do a 24-hour stream if you fucking beat Rom. You're like, nope.
Nope, at that point I was just ready for the night to be done.
Yeah.
The long night.
But thank you again for joining in. Enjoy your Bloodborne streams. I will just not be tuning in.
Fair enough.
Neo streams though. All on board for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess really if it's somebody else dying and I can just enjoy their misery, sure, I'll do that.
Yeah,
But I know you're good at Bloodborne, so I'm not gonna like tune in and watch you kick its ass and
Well-
make me feel bad about myself.
the idea is like Justin Graffius wants to do a co-op playthrough of Bloodborne, and had asked me to, when we were going to do that, and then we wanted to see if Alex wanted to do it. So we were looking at the three of us just kind of doing some co-op. I don't know what form that's going to take. If it's just going to be like jump in on new characters and level up as you go or whatever, but we'll figure something out, and that'll probably be streamed. So that'll be pretty cool.
I'd do that. I have like played through an entire playthrough of that game just because I was like, oh, this starting weapon's really good.
We got to do one person on each of the starting weapons. Let's go.
Yeah, dude. Man, that fucking axe, so good. Let's talk about video games outside of Bloodborne, and
We could just talk about Bloodborne
the
shit.
Switch. Hey Trev.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your games. What you been playing?
So you guys touched on most of what I would hit on with Fire Emblem Heroes last week. So we don't need to spend too much time on that probably, but I jumped in on that. Which is nice because I was very down on Fates last year. I think that ended up actually being like one of my like bottom games of the year. Just because I hated the 3-game system where they were selling you 3 games, but like, and I get that there's differences between all 3, but they could have all just been in one game and you could have done it just as fine. But I picked up Fire Emblem Heroes, really enjoy it. I enjoy the Fire Emblem's combat. And it's very dumbed down, but I'm used to that on a mobile game because one of the mobile games that I like check in on daily is Final Fantasy Record Keeper, which I've been playing for like 2 years, and it's basically the same thing but for Final Fantasy as Fire Emblem, where it's like you're gonna do a battle or 2 at a time. I got a 5-star Marth, so that's like nice.
Dat boy.
Woot woot. And I've tweeted out because it's happened legitimately twice now where I get like the nice, beautiful graphic for like Robin, like it plays his little video and it's a 3 fucking star Robin. I'm like, fuck you, Fire Emblem Heroes, for getting my hopes up.
Yep, that happens a lot.
It's disgusting, gross. Like that video should be reserved for a 5-star get. So
Yeah, you're not wrong.
People kept talking like fucking Tony talking about like this re-rolling his whole thing to get only 5-star characters or whatever.
No, I mean I re-rolled until I got a 5-star character, basically one that I liked.
I just got like 2 4-stars and 2 2-stars, and I was like, cool, and then like played because I feel like it doesn't make that much of a difference.
Yeah, I've leveled up a handful of my characters. I just leveled up while we were chatting. I leveled up Saizo to a 4-star. I got him to level 20, and then like.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it was nice that they finally like realized that 20,000 feathers to go from 4 to 5 is way too fucking much, and just gave everyone 10,000 for free.
Yeah. But I also don't. I don't have any of the gems to get anybody up to a 5-star. So
Yeah.
I'm like, well,
That's you just have to wait.
Sit on those 4-stars for a while.
Yeah, each day the color that you can get from doing missions in the training tower changes.
Yeah.
So I'm currently just waiting for it to be red so that I can get 20 of those and then upgrade my Crom from 4 to 5.
Yeah, I'm basically getting everybody up to 20, and then I'm getting them up to their 4-star. I've played through the whole campaign on easy. I'm like almost done with it on hard at this point. I haven't really done too much with the ludicrous stuff.
Yeah.
It's a fun little
getting through
diversion.
this is a good way to make a bunch of orbs. Once you get through all the story missions, there's a serious drought of ability to get orbs for free. So
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So I'm basically almost at that point effectively. But yeah, that's fun. It's a nice little like diversion that I can play when I'm like walking to lunch every day or getting ready for work and stuff. Next up, I played A Normal Lost Phone after our friend Greg Miller kind of was singing its praises on Kind of Funny Stuff.
Yeah.
Picked it up. I was like, I'll throw a few bucks towards that. Really enjoyed it. It's effectively like a Gone Home type of story, but told through a mobile device. And I think they do a really good job of kind of fitting the story to the medium. Basically, you pick up this phone on the narrative is you pick up this phone that you find on the street or something, and it's unlocked, but it's a prepaid phone, so there's no minutes and no like data plan or anything. So you can't do anything with it, but you can go through texts at first, and then you can find kind of like the Wi-Fi password through those texts, and then you can get access to the person's emails. And the whole thing is you're trying to figure out like what's going on with this, like who left this phone behind. And it opens up a nice kind of coming of age story that surprised me in moments. And whole things, I probably could put an hour and a half into it at most, to kind of find everything and track through everything. It's all pretty straightforward. Like there are a couple puzzles in there where it's like you'll open up a thing and it's like, what's the password? And it's like, I mean, it's probably this one. It's like you'll see an email that says like, oh, dates are really important to you. And so you look at his calendar and figure out what are some like big dates for this guy's life. And sure enough, that ends up being the password. But yeah, it was a nice, it went places I didn't expect it to go. And I don't want to like say too much more and spoil it in case anybody is interested in picking it up. But I enjoyed it. Somebody tweeted at me, I was like, is it voyeuristic? Because that's a complaint I've seen. And yes, because you're going through somebody's texts and emails and like their dating app profile and stuff. But I mean, like, I liken it again to something like Gone Home, where you're going through somebody's like letters and personal kind of memos in a game like that, with the understanding that you are like a sibling to this person. But other than that, it isn't really all that different.
Sounds a lot like Her Story.
Yeah, so I haven't played Her Story. I haven't played Emily is Away, but those are both a couple of games that I've seen it kind of compared against. So this was my first of those kinds of stories, but it definitely seems like in that family.
Okay.
Yeah, Georgia. He talked about it a couple weeks ago when he was on. He had not kind of exhausted it at that point. It sounded like, but he enjoyed what he had seen. So
yeah. I went back to Oxenfree, which, if you listen to my Irrational Passions top 10, was one of my game of the years for last year. I bought through limited run games, I bought like a physical version of it on PS4 back while I was at PAX South. And so that showed up this last week, and I was like, cool, gonna go back, played through that and platinum it. And I was excited because back when I originally played it was when it had just come out on Xbox, and when it came to PlayStation, they gave like a proper new game plus to that game. So that was a whole bunch of stuff I had not seen yet, and it was really fun to kind of explore that. Oxenfree, if you don't know, is very ghost story-esque and very choose your own adventure-esque. And the base game kind of had a new game plus element in that like you're kind of in a loop, and so the game, like when the game restarts, you can make different choices, and you know that your characters have been through this before, but your characters don't. And the new game plus that I had not played yet basically says, oh, like your characters kind of get glimpses of there is a like they get deja vu and they feel like they've been through this before. And I really appreciated kind of everything new that added to the flavor of that game.
yeah, I have not gone back to replay it all just because I haven't had the time, but I would love to.
Yeah.
I like that game quite a bit.
Yeah. Knee Deep is one that I put a lot of time in this week. It is a similar kind of choose your own adventure. It's something I first saw at PAX South last year. It was a Steam game then that was like, it's a 3-act game, and I think Act 1 and maybe Act 2 had been released at that point on Steam. The whole thing came out to console a week or two ago, and so I picked that up. What I think is really interesting about that game, it bills itself as like a swamp noir in 3 acts, and the whole thing takes place in like the Florida swamps. And it's like the framing device of the game is it is a play. Like everybody that you are watching is on a stage, and you are watching the stage play out, and you are making the choices as the trio of main characters. And they will like move center stage, and there's a spotlight that will kind of follow them along to kind of tell their story. And the stage itself is broken into these 3 ginormous, like it's the whole thing's on a revolve, split 3 ways. So you can have characters kind of move to the center, and then they get like transported off stage, while the revolve rotates behind them to take you to a new setting, and then they get like thrust back into the setting. And it was really, really interesting, for me, having come from like a very theater background, to see how they play with that. I'll be writing up a review on it, I'm sure, this week or so. But the like one of the big detriments of that is the issue that I often find in voice acted games is that it's very apparent that, especially in a game that like revolves around a lot of telltale like choice, that all these lines are being recorded independently of one another, and you're never hearing the actors kind of respond to one another. So a lot of it is like a character will say one thing, and then the other character will respond and not respond as if they actually heard what the person before them said. They'll stress wrong words in a sentence or something like that, or as I've played through multiple different approaches at this point, like the line will be delivered the same way regardless of what the line before it was. And so that's the kind of thing that takes away from the theatricality of it. Any actor will tell you that like 90% of acting is reacting, and it's very clear in a game like this that there is no actual reacting going on. And I think that's one of the biggest things that hurts it. But the story itself and the mystery that kind of they play with is really fun and interesting, and I had a good time with it overall.
Yeah, it was weird. I was looking up a little bit of it. It is a very oddly presented game.
Yeah,
for sure. But it's cool.
It's it is even less action oriented than a Telltale game, in that like you don't move your characters around ever. They go where the script tells them to go, and you just choose like the dialogue options. Mm-hmm. There are a couple like puzzle moments where like there's a moment where one of your blogger characters has to hack into like the local police department to get a QR code verification for like to investigate a crime scene. And so you are given like 6 puzzle pieces that you have to then like move into position and rotate as necessary to create the QR code that then you show off to the deputy or whatever to get access to the crime scene. So there are a few like puzzle moments like that are more gameplay focused than just choose your own ending kind of thing. But for the most part, it is definitely narrative. And the fact that it was presented kind of as this giant play, because I mean, like there are set pieces and scenes that are where you're like running across rooftops of buildings. It's like, okay, that very clearly would never happen on a stage. And like entire sets will be like, oh, this is the entire facade of a motel on the highway. It's like you'd never actually see that in a theater anywhere. Even like a glamorous, crazy opera would never go that big. But it's an interesting, like it sparked the idea for me of like, oh, that's a really like it would be really cool to see digital plays in that sense, where the sky is the limit in terms of what you want to put on that stage, in a digital sense. So if you could make it, you're not confined by like a production budget. You can put everything up there, and the quote unquote actors can kind of respond in kind. So that was interesting.
The world is your oyster.
Yeah.
The world is a stage, Trevor. That's what they say.
All the world. Yep. That's Shakespeare did say that a couple times. All the world is a stage, and all of us just players, merely players.
Yeah. On this irrational passion stage.
Indeed.
What else you got?
One that I threw on while we were talking is 2064 Read Only Memories. In the same vein as like a Knee Deep, in that it's action story. And I played it a while ago, but I haven't really had too much of a chance to really talk about it. And it's another one that I saw like a year or two ago at a PlayStation Experience. I think 2 years ago it was the first time I got introduced to it. It's been on Steam for a while, but it finally came to console a few weeks ago. Visual novel, kind of point and click adventure game. Really smart storytelling though. And some of the best characters I've seen in a game in a long time. Notably Turing, who's your kind of robot companion for the adventure. Is so the premise is like Turing is like the world's first sapient machine, artificial intelligence kind of thing, and its creator has been kind of kidnapped, and it flees the scene to come find you. You're a kind of has seen better days journalist, investigative journalist, but its algorithms say that you're the most likely one to figure out what's been going on and track down its creator. And so it kind of creates this little buddy cop adventure with you and Turing to go and figure out what's happening in like a futuristic San Francisco. And it tackles ideas of like, what does it mean to be kind of, what does it mean for artificial intelligence to figure out itself and determine its own sapience, as well as there's a whole bunch in there kind of tackling the idea of like, what does it mean to be human? Because you also have in this world, like genetic modification is happening, and some people are using it to kind of give themselves cat ears, and it's just kind of a kink for them. But
all right,
for others, it is like life-saving, like animal DNA can kind of cure them of a disease or something like that, and it just happens to have a side effect of turning them into a cat-like creature. Are they less human because of that? And it gets very political in, but it also presents kind of both sides of the argument in a very like rational manner, even though it's very, very apparent to me like where the team at Midboss kind of falls on things. And certainly if you've followed along in recent months, they've kind of been very outspoken or recent weeks about like against Trump and stuff. And Colin Moriarty did a whole Colin was right kind of in response to one of their like venomous tweets of, if you're a Trump supporter, fuck you, don't play our game. But they do a good job still of within the game itself of saying like, here's both sides of the argument and why we lean to this side.
Mm-hmm.
But we can see the other side, I think. And yeah, they do. It's a, like I said, the console version, the PS4 version added voice acting, which the original Steam release did not, but it has been updated to include it all. And so you have somebody like Jim Sterling in there who's playing this very like humans are 100% human kind of character, but he's presenting these arguments to you and saying, this is why we believe this. And this is, this is our feelings towards it. Whereas like his kid is basically like, fuck the man. And so it's an interesting kind of dynamic there of seeing what that rationale kind of fuels in terms of people kind of rebelling against it. Yeah. A lot of really smart ideas and themes and topics kind of broached in that game, all told through a very pixel arty point and click adventure kind of style game.
Sounds like an Alex O'Neill joint.
Sounds like Brian Jackson joint.
I think you might enjoy it. It's like I wrote in my review that this genre doesn't typically like grab me all that much. Like I've tried multiple times. I've sat down with like Double Fine games and they just don't click for me. But like all the puzzles in this felt natural and felt like it wasn't just weird off the wall things that solved the solutions, and the characters and the story itself are what really grabbed me and kind of brought me in and made me feel invested in the world around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is cool. Like I like the idea of it. I enjoy those kinds of conversations, especially if they're presented well. So
yeah.
It's got Jim Sterling's voice in it too. That helps.
Yeah, Jim Sterling's in there. Xavier Woods is in there. Melissa Hutchinson, who played Clementine in Walking Dead, she is the main character Turing, and it she knocks it out of the park. She brings the same kind of like innocence and naivete of like season 1 Clem to Turing, as this robot character is trying to figure out what it means to be alive effectively, and so she it is I say she because Melissa Hutchinson is a she, but there's even a moment in the game where it's like, what kind of pronoun should we react to you with, and you can make the choice for her, you can let her make the choice, and she ends up saying it, or it ends up saying like it, call me they, or it, and it just presents an interesting perspective of like what is it to be alive in in a near futuristic kind of more technological sense.
Yeah, Melissa Hutchinson played one of my favorite video game characters, Aegis from Persona 3. Another android kind of discovering itself and coming into its own personality, and goes through a fantastic transformation throughout that game. So she got the chops.
Tony, for you, Dan Reichert's in there as a guest voice.
There you go. Tony's sold.
Yep.
Even if his microphone's muted, but I'm sure he's on board. That helps as well. That's a good cast. It? What? Not Dan Reichert. I meant the other characters.
Okay.
Dan Reichert, take it or leave it, but
yeah.
So I just look up his LA Noire face and get all weirded out. So I think I'm Dan Reichert in video games.
And then the last game I played was I sat down last day or so with a little bit of Hitman.
Cool.
Which came out last year, and I've never played any other Hitman game outside of like the Go game. But when the Giant Bomb guys did their Hitsmiss video, I watched that and I was like, this game was really fun. Yeah. And so they sold me on it, and I've played, I've done a couple hits in a couple of the first few missions. Still and so I enjoy the variety of options in the game. And I look at all the challenges available to me. I'm like, oh man, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here, and it's really scratching the itch of do all of these things and check off all these boxes, but I don't know if I'm going to have time to go through or the time or interest in going through the same level to do a different thing every one of 7 different ways. So right now I'm going through kind of mission by mission and enjoying a first pass at them, and we'll see kind of where I go from there. But yeah, that's some fun that I would not have even really touched on if I hadn't actually watched the Giant Bomb video on that.
Yeah, I had essentially just seen the best of clips from that, which were real good. So their Hitman stuff has been consistently great through all of last year. So I've never played a Hitman game either. Been considering getting that one at different points. So we'll see. I'm sure I would enjoy it. It's just a matter of do I want to put the time into something like that right now? Yeah. So
yeah, it's been nice kind of taking January to say, I'm gonna revisit games that I really enjoyed from last year, Stories, Path of Destinies I went through and played some more of, and I kept going after just adoring Dishonored 2. I went back and got the platinum of Dishonored 1 earlier this year. So it was a nice, since Resident Evil isn't my jam, and it was not something I was going to be playing, it was okay, there's no big release for me right now, so I'm just going to play a bunch of these smaller games or games that I wanted to touch on that I just missed last year or just wanted to revisit this year.
Yeah, I think we've been lucky, especially this cast, of a lot of these first round of games this year speak to all of us. So, and Scott still has Dishonored he's working through. So,
yeah,
speaking of which,
there we go. Segue.
No, we can wait till my turn.
Yeah,
we can wait till my turn.
I was just gonna say,
don't worry,
like,
we'll get your Dishonored updates.
your guys' love of 2.8 on Kingdom Hearts. I'm not gonna jump into it, but I definitely am planning on when 1.5 and 2.5 come out. I'm gonna try and dedicate time, amidst Persona and Zelda and Horizon Zero Dawn, to go through and revisit Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 and play all of the ones I've not played, and then hopefully I can
over to the anime.
come and hopefully 2.8 will not still be $60 for a 2-hour experience, or whatever. Come then.
Yeah, Dream drop distance is way too long, so you get something. You get something out of that. So, yeah, I think I would say 2.8 would have been better priced at $40. It's more comparable, but it had a new thing in it, and of course I wanted to charge out the wazoo for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I having finished everything in that collection, it's still worth it time to money wise, I think. But that's just me. That's exciting. We're gonna need updates.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need detailed updates. Still trying to get Tony to play through all the Kingdom Hearts games.
Because I've played 1 and
That's the
2.
only point, man.
I played 1 and 2. 2 came up when I was recording with Chelsea today. Today's next week's episode of Trove Talk.
That's their third one, right? The third Kingdom Hearts game for your.
It was not her favorite game. It just came up in her gaming history.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
As like when she got a PlayStation 2, it was one of like the 3 games that came with her PlayStation 2 or something, and she got a PlayStation 2 and 30 games or something like that for $100, and she was like, that one with the anime hair and the Disney characters leapt out at her, so that was what she like put her time into, having not played the first game. And she like, we talked about how she's like, oh yeah, like I've saw 2 on there, but for some reason I didn't like connect that it was a sequel. And I was like, to be fair, like Square Enix has just gone off the rails with their numbering, so it could have been Kingdom Hearts 2, and there was never a first Kingdom Hearts. That would not surprise me in this day and age.
We live in a lawless world.
But she was talking about, she's like, so yeah, like, I mean, you're looking at like Roxas and Naminé, and then I don't know these characters. Like, I didn't know those characters either, and I had played the first game, so it was fine. You're fine.
Yeah. You gotta play them in chronological order, though. We gotta make sure we set that straight.
So I have to play Birth by Sleep first, is what you're saying?
I mean, like chronological of release, I should say.
Oh, okay.
Not actual time order. You've never played any of the handheld ones, the spin-off games. So
I played a little bit of Chain of Memories.
Yeah.
Was that was an original Game Boy Advance game? I think I have it like right here next to me, actually.
Great game.
Yep. Right here.
I'll say the art in that game is phenomenal still.
Yeah. So I like started playing that game and very quickly was like, I'm just playing through Kingdom Hearts 1. Like, what? I'm not gonna do this with just a different like battle. So it didn't keep me. I get now, like looking back on it, that it opens up and kind of adds more to the story. But it like playing through some of those first levels of like Aladdin, it's like, yeah, I just played this Aladdin.
Yeah, we get it. Yeah,
I get it. I'm
I'll
back
say
in
like
Agrabah. Okay, cool.
The Chain of Memories remake is presented a lot better. The presentation is like makes it more interesting. I think it makes it much more different.
Yeah.
I'm excited for that. Stay tuned.
When I come back in 3 months or whatever.
Yeah, whatever the contract agreement states.
Yeah. I guess it's like twice a year I'm on the show. So when I'm back on, in July or whatever, we'll talk about it.
Oh yeah.
So now we have to commit to July.
Oh, great. First it was episode 311. Although we did milk 311 for all of its well, not
long as
for all of its references, and yes, it was a 10-hour long episode in total.
Oh yeah,
is that what you've been playing?
By the way, like I meant to say this in the housekeeping, but shout out to you guys for all the great Game of the Year content. Really enjoy. I listened to all of your guys' Game of the Year stuff, and then I listened to probably about half of the guest top 10s and stuff. Awesome. And solid stuff across the board. Good job, Alex. Way to bust your ass and nearly kill yourself on that yet again.
It's like you can see it coming down on me in that like Switch reveal. live broadcast that we did because I'm just fucking done with everything. I'd been awake for like 24 hours at that point, and I was thinking about that earlier today.
Yeah.
I'd been awake and I was fucked up.
But yeah,
Sorry.
I think your 2015 Game of the Year stuff is like the first like concentrated dose of Irrational Passions that I really listened to and focused on.
Mhm.
And so it was nice kind of seeing it a year later and the growth and the changes and everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, kudos to all you guys for all that great content and keeping me occupied at work for the first few weeks of January.
Yeah, I bet. It's funny. It's like, we've done this before, but like people haven't gotten as into it as they did this last year. So seeing the tweets and stuff was great. Yeah, and like we were texting about it when like new episodes would go up, and Nabishin just had a great gif of like I live for this shit as in reaction to like the reactions on Twitter. Yeah, it was good. I appreciate everyone that kind of commented and talked about it, but thank you.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
I disagreed with like most of you guys' arguments
for
stuff.
sure.
I was like, yeah, there were a couple times I screamed at the computer of like, what the fuck are you guys are idiots.
It happens.
Yeah.
But
That's
I mean,
why
it was,
we have that
it was
disclaimer.
good conversations. So given the conversations you guys were having, I understood where you landed and why you landed in those places. But I was like, grr.
You're just like, I love this thing, and y'all are terrible people.
Why isn't
Yeah.
Inside on the top 10? You guys are crazy.
Oh no, fuck that. No, I was
Yeah,
totally.
I know.
supportive of that.
I heard that from other people though.
Really? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was weird. Our top 10 is very weird. It's like
I think it's good.
It's good. I like it. It's just it's always weird, but it's very weird. this year,
Overwatch, I guess.
I guess.
It was
And I
yeah.
was-
It's most interesting like realizing which battles you guys are just giving up on and saying,
Oh,
"Fuck
yeah.
it, they can have this one."
Yeah, totally. And there were other things like where I was like, I don't feel like I need to say anything here. I'm like okay with this.
Yeah, there was a lot that I just didn't want to say,
Yeah.
especially about like Valhalla and what makes that game good. So
Yeah, that certainly was a recurring theme. That and Owlboy like not wanting to ruin the game for the people who were still playing it.
Mhm.
I was like,
It's always hard.
Yeah, no,
because,
absolutely.
Like all of us don't
It's
have
a-
as much time.
And generally, we only do that when someone's going to finish the game.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, was it worth not spoiling Owlboy, Nabishin, or have you not touched it since?
I haven't touched it since, honestly.
God damn it!
It's never worth it. The spoilers. Still
Sometimes.
haven't played this war of mine.
yeah, true.
I own it.
Danny still has to
Although
play
I was also-
999.
I think the most I was screaming was when you guys were like singing Last Guardian's praise. I was like, no, it's bad. It's not a good game.
You see, this is where you wish I had played it.
Yeah. Then Scout would have been like, "Fuck this game. Fuck all of you."
Mhm.
Yeah. But that's we use that shit to our advantage.
Yeah, sometimes.
Is that how you've been playing, Trev?
Yeah, everything of note in the last couple of weeks.
Nabishin, what you got for me?
What do I got? For some odd reason, I went back to Asura's Wrath again.
Nothing odd about that.
Game's
Game's beautiful.
I mean, like, I got other shit to play. Like, I still got Yakuza 0, which I'm still loving. And obviously, I'm still playing God Rush 2, which I'm still, like, not really getting super into because I can't do the photo mode. It just bothers me. I just can't do that. It's not even, like, essential in any way, shape, or form. Like, it's just a thing that you can do, which is cool. But since I can't do it on my Pro or whatever, like, it's just like, that's just an excuse for me not to play it. But I still really enjoy that game. I'll get back to it. But, like, Asura's Wrath. Still like it's crazy how much I still love that game. Just like like out of anybody, like Alex, you know me the most about this, like how I feel about like certain games, like this visceral emotion like I have for like stuff like Zero Escape and Bayonetta and Kingdom Hearts. Is just like I just get these way with certain games. Like Asura's Wrath is definitely one of those games where it's like obviously it's clearly not like the best game as far as like gameplay wise or what you actually do the moments in that game, but like it's just the way they told that story and like the emotions that like get across from it. It just really gets to me. Like it's just and all this is a story just like a father just can't stand to hear his daughter cry, and like it literally just like infuriates him just hearing her cry, and like that's enough rage just to like go through gods to like just to have that stop.
Yeah. I feel like for me, Asura's Wrath is if God of War was good.
Sure.
That's where I come in from. Like they go with like the flashback stuff that they do. I feel like they make Asura like I loved him so much by the end of that game. Like he goes through a transformation. Like it feels like heroes.
In a very literal sense.
Yeah. Yes. But like Kratos never like changes at any point, and it looks like they're doing that stuff now. So it's hard to say.
Well, like with those old God of War games, there's always like something. It's everything already happened, so it's like there's nothing like immediately there for him to like actually go to. But like I'm not defending God of War because like I've said that when I replayed God of War 3 like years ago. Like I just grew out of those games. Like it's very much like feels like a very juvenile type of game where it's just nothing but angst and just anger and like nothing really to do with it. It's just like just to be angry just to be angry, even though they do have like some justifications for it, and like but it's like a 2-minute scene out of like a 20-hour game, so it's like it doesn't really do enough.
There are moments for sure in God of War that stand, but like there's so few and far between. I feel like there's like a moment in every chapter of Asura's Wrath. And yeah, it goes places, and it's ridiculous and it's fun. Like that game is just so fun.
But like Asura's Wrath though, like fucking for real, man. Like that game is just like it speaks so much to me because like
I need to replay it again.
Yeah, like so much as me as a person. Like and it's weird to say this, but like whatever. Like I have very strong opinions about like deadbeat dads and stuff like that, like people who don't take care of their kids, or like for some reason, like I have a great father, like my father's here, like that is like nothing personal as far as that, like nothing I went through in my own life, but like there's something about like not caring for your children that really like gets to me like emotionally, and like the fact that like Asura loves his daughter so goddamn much, and it's just like. But and it's like any father would be that way, but like it's just like you could see it, and he expresses it so much, and especially like the end scene for that DLC for the true ending, which is bullshit, but like whatever. That scene alone is like it's fucking like 10 out of 10. Like I love that game so much. It is so good. It's definitely like one of those things that like I'll probably never see again as far as like.
A game like that.
Yeah, a game like that, like to that extent, I would say. But like
nothing's even tried, like really.
Yeah.
Think about it. Like nothing is really tried to do what that game did. Not that it's like super explicit what that game really is doing, because it's doing a lot of different things, but like I don't know, like they turn like this very visual story into a video game that is also pretty enjoyable. It's not like the best playing video game, but it doesn't need to be because it has so much going on for it. Man, like I'm right there with you. That game is fucking fantastic.
Yeah,
it is a gem. I would love to see. I don't know if George played it, but I'd love to see if George did like a Lost Oddities on Asura's Wrath. That would be interesting.
He's on my shit list right now, so
yeah, I mean, of course.
I hope he does though, for real.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
George,
I bet
please.
he would really like that game. Yeah. So, yeah, man, I've only ever played that game once, and that's weird for me. So, I would love to go back and play it.
Yeah,
it's good. I'm with you.
Yeah. Other than that, more Yakuza 0. That melodrama is like it's there, man. Oh my god. it was just like a really good moment. Where like I can't really say it, but like it's really good story wise that game. I'm still just like loving it. It's and this time it was from the Kazuma part instead of like Majima because like you know I know Kazuma for years like Kiryu Kazuma. I know Kiryu for years. Like I know like his beats. I know like how he plays. I know how like his general emotion is to things, which is like a very stoic type of thing. But like when he feels, he really feels. And there was like this moment in the game where like uh he had to talk to his sworn brother Nishiki about something, which was like a real good like general like it's a real good conversation. That game's real good. I really like that game a lot.
Is the Majima stuff? I assume you've gotten to that.
I'm back to playing Majima again. It's still stuff is happening in that for real. I haven't got to a point where like more critical stuff is happening yet. But like I'm back to playing Majima again. Because like it's not, or at least not at this point in the game where you can like freely switch between either Kiryu or Majima. So like but right now I'm doing the Majima part now. So like yeah, it's still real good on that part too. But yeah, real good game.
Yeah.
Other than that though, Until Dawn went like I said that I played that with a couple of my friends at their housewarming party. Like it was like a good experience because like you know like we were playing because me and Mark and Katie we already played that game before together, so like. And it's weird playing that game again too, because like, I platinumed that game, so I know that game like in and out. So I was like, you know, like I'm totally like desensitized to that game now. And like they've only played it once, and that was 2 years ago, so they don't remember fucking anything. So like all the jump scares are back to scaring them again, and like they know like the beats apart, like how it ends, but they don't remember like how it plays out. Like there was like Katie really wanted to save everybody this time, and like we were at the part with Matt and Emily at the falling tower part, and like you know I can't really say anything because you know she wanted to play it out her way, so I was like go ahead, pick your thing, and like because like there was the early part with the flare gun too, where it's like she's like, oh, let's use the flare gun. I'm like, okay, so she used the flare gun and wasted that, and like she wanted Matt to save
that flare gun thing is like super
hidden.
Yeah, like that is a hard thing to make happen.
Yeah.
And it's not like everyone can still live even if you don't use a flare gun,
Mm-hmm.
even if it's harder. But like seeing that in the one playthrough that I did by myself later, it was like, this is fucking crazy that this is in this game.
But yeah, he tried to save her, and like of course that wasn't you weren't supposed to do if you didn't have the flare gun. Mm-hmm. So like Matt's dead. So it was like, yeah, great.
On that one playthrough where we tried to get her killed.
Yeah.
Did everything that we thought would kill her.
She did die. No, she didn't.
No, everyone survived in your playthrough.
Yeah.
That was so great. I mean, you had the opportunity to just shoot her in the face, so
I did.
I convinced you.
I wanted to.
I know you did.
But most other people wanted to commit to the save everybody bid. Now that we were this far and everyone was still alive.
Yeah, you got so far. So I'm glad that you guys
said Damien did it like right away, right?
Oh, Damien fucking grabbed the controller, shot her. Didn't even think. Did not blink. Didn't bat an eye. Ethan and Damien were waiting. Bated breath for the opportunity to fucking kill Emily. Just like, oh. And Damien's like, cool, it's my turn to play. Got it. Boom. Right in the face. He didn't ask. There was no conversation, no consulting. It was hilarious.
But what was the aftermath of that?
Oh my God. Everyone's like, Jesus fucking Christ, Mike. It's fucking
No. Between the three of you.
Ethan was upset because we had gotten to that point and everyone was still alive. Chris might have been dead at that point. Chris was dead at that point, but everyone else was alive. And after that point, they just fucking started dropping like flies. And we ended with just 2 people alive, I think. Yeah, it was 3. I think it was No, we got to the final scene with 3 people, and then we ended it with 2 people. Because that last scene is tricky if you don't know what to do.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, they just drop it.
I
like
can't
flies.
believe we did it.
Yeah, right. That was very impressive.
Yeah, I was proud of all of you. Got me that trophy too.
Yeah, you welcome.
Is there anything else option?
Yeah, Mass Effect 2. Doing that.
You have to, right?
Yeah, I have to. Like, Adrenaline's about to come out, and like, it's been a long time since I did an actual like full playthrough of the trilogy. So I was like, yeah, I guess I'll do that. I just did like one somewhat recently. I did it last year.
Yeah.
So like, I just like went straight to 2 and started doing that again. Doing that. Nothing really to talk about that.
You banging them aliens?
Banging them aliens.
Always.
Yeah. I wish I could play through Mass Effect again. I don't have time, but
Oh, now you don't have time?
now I don't.
Didn't we say like last week? Like, we'll do Neo. That's fine.
I might have time by the end of this month, but like, I would probably go to something else above Mass Effect just because it's probably a better idea to kind of diversify what I play this year. But man, I've been wanting to play through Mass Effect 2 again for like 2.5 years. I just like have always found an excuse not to do it. But I worry that if like Andromeda comes out, it'll be too hard to go back to 2. But maybe that's just silly.
I'm on the flip side. I don't want to go back to the original trilogy in advance of Andromeda because I'm like I don't want to directly compare Andromeda to that series.
Okay.
I want to let it be its own thing a little bit more.
Yeah, it definitely is kind of like the premise of it is like a soft reboot. So
yeah.
Well, they're already doing like more interesting stuff with Andromeda as far as like the dialogue tree. So like
no Paragon, no Renegade.
Yeah, so like I'm already excited for that. Because Mass Effect literally is just like pick red or pick blue. Like it's like but
or green in
or green. Yes.
or in one very specific case.
Yeah, I mean, like the more I hear about Andromeda, the more I get excited. I'll say at this point, I've had the same feeling with Horizon.
It took them 3 years, right? It took a while.
Yeah, right?
That's why they have long
like
pre-release cycles.
Yeah, I've crested over where I'm like now I'm like really excited for Horizon. I'm really excited for Mass Effect, which is good. Like it's good to just be genuinely excited about them instead of like as nervous as it was, and it could still end up having its own problems. But we've had that conversation on this show a lot of like it's probably a better idea to go into Mass Effect not knowing as much because like I kind of jumped into 2 as my first in that series, not really knowing fucking jack shit about that series, and was blown away. So
for sure. And other than that, did the 2.8 thing. I played a little bit more Dream Drop Distance, and I switched my opinion on that. Like, as far as playing it again, like, oh yeah, this does play good.
Yeah.
Like,
to be
I don't
fair,
know, like,
it plays real good on PS4.
Yeah.
Like that frame rate is real good.
Yeah, like I don't know, like I guess like I've been away for so long in that. I've been away so long from Dream Dot Distance, and like what I remember from that game is more of like, oh, this is just like because like after I played that game, that was the point where it's like, okay, I can't really recommend this series for like anyone anymore, just because of how that played out and how it told its story.
It's lunacy. Yes.
Yeah, and like when people say like, oh, Kingdom Hearts is complete bullshit, like it's like that after that game, that was the point I was like, okay, like I could see your opinion as far as that. Because because there was a time before that game came out, like Katie wanted to get into Kingdom Hearts, and like, oh yeah, I'll show you how to get into this, and like she got through the first game, she loved it, and we were supposed to do the rest of them, but like that never came around. But yeah, I'm enjoying that game again. Still not a fan of the Dream Eaters, but like whatever. It's weird. It's weird to have all that mobile type of stuff on like a big screen TV. So yeah, that's just a weird thing.
Yeah.
And I finally saw the oh sorry. What?
I was just gonna say the game is very backloaded as far as ridiculous shit as well. Like it doesn't. Because Cameron in the chat just posted like it's not that confusing, and then he said, well, maybe not. And I'm like, yeah, well, I feel like all of that is like right at the end where it's like, well, 20 20 different things just happened. You explained one of them. So.
It's been used for no reason. Like
Yeah.
I get yes.
Except that happens like 2 hours into the game.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of that game is like I feel like seeing it again. It's intentionally mysterious, in the hopes that they will clear up more of that as that series moves forward. It's just now it's been a minute, that game came out in 2012. It's like, well, we gotta move forward at some point before we can like allow that to be okay. It's so having played like the final chapter prologue, the fragmentary passage thing, it feels a little bit better going to that game again.
And I thought I saw the Unchained thing.
Yeah, it's good, right?
That's actually like really, as far as like someone who like generally understands what's happening in that. Like I thought it was like really decently done.
Yeah.
Just like a lot of politics in that I really enjoyed. And I really like the Master of Masters. That was just a weird character to have there, but like he was enjoyable for what he was.
Yeah.
I thought like for some reason I got like a very Zigbar feeling from him. But
Yeah,
like,
exactly. I was gonna bring it up a few weeks ago, but you had not seen it yet. I was thinking like about it's not just Kingdom Hearts that does this, but like a lot of Japanese games do, and I feel like it's a turnoff to a lot of people of like that
oh yeah,
juxtaposed character that is like weirdly unserious, surrounded by very very serious people.
your
Like
Prontos of the world.
your Promptos. But even like I feel like there's enough banter between the other guys that they have enough fun with it. That flows a little bit better. But like Zigbar I think is the big example of like he says dude a lot and he's very relaxed, and like he also has like these very direct interactions with Xemnas, and then like in later games Xehanort, who's like super stoic and serious as fuck. And it's like this is weird, right? Like, but it's like you're watching a clown dance around like a normal person, and no one is addressing how weird it is. And Kingdom Hearts does that a lot. Of like, just like this weirdly unserious character that a lot of people take seriously, and it's just like no one else gets like no one could get away with this in any kind of Western form, right? Like,
Wait, you mean like Goofy or Donald?
yeah, but like
Existing in the rest of that universe.
they have a history, right? So like there's context for those characters.
Yes,
being
they're
the
such
way they are.
dramatic characters, Goofy and Donald.
Yeah, and they're like totally not dramatic in that series, and like Sora plays off of them well because he's not very serious either. And like just seeing all this Disney stuff smashed together, you're like, Disney is Disney, even if maybe it's not. And I there's a lot of juxtaposition in that series. It's just like those characters of the same ilk that are juxtaposed to one another. Of like he's super not serious and he's super is weird. I don't think of a lot of things that do that. The Master of Masters is very much that, and it's weird. I like it, but I'm like indoctrinated to that bullshit. So
Exactly.
I don't know if in any other context I would like this kind of thing, but I like it here.
Yeah, that was my whole argument with Prompto. I was like, I like Prompto, but like for someone who's not like fucking brainwashed into this stuff, but like I could see like him being a turnoff to some people.
Yeah, I mean like I don't know. Like I'm very receptive to that culture, and I know a lot of people that are. So it is hard to know one way or the other. I could see the Master of Masters being very weird to a lot of people. But yeah, that's a good like self-contained story. I think there's only like one big reveal ish in that, the Keyblade thing.
Yeah, like the way it ended was just like I'm just intrigued. Like I was intrigued the entire way through, which I didn't think I would be at all. So
yeah, I was glad that they didn't say the whole thing, because like a big thing that 3 has been building up to is like revealing what happened in this fight. So it's good to know that there's still a little bit to kind of peel back there.
did Danny beat that mobile game?
Is
there an ending to that mobile game?
No, I don't think it like strictly ends. I think it has like final missions, but like there's still just shit after that.
I'm just curious, like if there's any like side stuff that might have been missed. Like sometimes, like
From what I understand, this story is different than the story of the mobile game. So
okay, Okay.
It is like just context to what happens in that mobile game. But yeah, because I looked up like what actually happens in Kingdom Hearts Key, and it's like different shit.
That's right. We watched timeline.
Yeah. I feel like did the timeline cover that stuff?
Yeah, that was the very last thing to cover.
Yeah. So
Damiani.
just Damiani dropping deets. But yeah, it's fun. That's a fun. It's a tight 60 minutes too. Nothing feels unnecessary in that movie, which is great. So
Yep, that's everything I've been doing.
cool. Scott, do you have a Dishonored update for us?
Yep. And once again, it's about all I got.
Okay. What's going on? Where you at?
Hell yeah.
Well, when I left off, I was in the level of the Royal Conservatory. There we go.
Yeah.
Royal Conservatory.
Royal
I had
Conservatorium. That would be a very different level.
that would be very
Royal Consorts.
I'd be real down with that level. Let's go.
Dishonored 3.
Yeah. Don't tease me. Please make it happen.
and I had gotten essentially past the first lightning wall.
Yeah. Did you interrogate that?
I remember you listening, or you talking about the witches that are hanging out there in that alley, and I was like, "Yep, fuck those witches. They're just sitting there, just waiting to pounce on somebody." And I first stumbled upon them having already gone through the that light wall and came back. I was like, "What the fuck are you guys doing there? Zap, you're gone. Haha, suck it."
Yeah. Did you interrogate that vice overseer dude? Fuck him up. He's
Interrogate the vice overseer.
He's got like the office building right across from the light wall.
Yeah, before you would have passed through that light wall.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you
just
interrogate
hit him with
him.
a sleeping dart, and I played
Yeah.
the audiographs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. You don't interrogate him. You just listen to whatever he was talking about. And he's just sitting there, like basically sleeping.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yeah,
don't listen.
you don't. I'm pretty sure that if you turn the audiograph on, so long as you have the other stuff off, he won't even move.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I
interrogate
still
as well.
choked him out anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you gotta get those good vibes. Did you get through that level?
I did. Let me tell you,
I like that.
those
level
witches
a lot.
are hard to deal with when you're trying to not kill them.
Yeah,
Especially,
absolutely.
Like the ones on the chandeliers, like later.
God,
Because like
yeah.
I was terrified that they would fall off and die. And I was like, what do I do here? And I ended up just like breaking shit to lure them over and then hitting them with sleep darts.
Yep.
Choking them.
I had before I went in there, I was real lucky because I had found the last rune. I had broken into the
The black market.
the black market to pick up the
Okay.
rune, and I somehow did not trigger him cowering in fear.
Oh,
So I was also able to later go and get the other tool to turn in the mission.
Okay, yeah.
So I picked that up. I picked up that rune and I got the time stop ability.
Okay,
Which,
I never
which
got
is
that.
the reason the entire thing was manageable. in the
What
first
what
place.
does the time stop ability do?
As it says, it is the bend time ability, except for instead of slowing it down, its time is now stopped.
That's a game changer.
It is a massive game changer.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you'd go ahead, because where I came in, and when I came in, I went from the basement and I worked my way up.
Yeah, I did. I went from
Except for the courtyard, I did that last
yeah, of course.
because fuck those 4 people that are. Just
I came in through the window from the
The
apartment.
second story. Yeah,
And the
that's
Oh
apartment.
yeah, I shot the skull in the face before it appeared,
Yeah.
the guard dog skull,
Yeah, good
and
call.
then I went into the window to the right
Mhm.
and into the basement,
Okay.
and I
Yeah.
started there.
That's cool. I like when I found that area when like I was exploring that level, I was like, this would have been a cool place to start. It's very different, yeah.
Oh, that was it. Felt like the wrong choice. It felt like the wrong choice at the end of it, because if you kill something if you knock something unconscious near a bloodfly, the bloodfly will kill it.
Yep.
It will count as you killing that person.
Yep.
And then more bloodflies will spawn.
Yep.
yeah.
So I
Fair
had
enough.
I had to go ahead and get rid of the bloodflies amidst the bloodfly lovers
Yeah.
who would notice and be upset that the bloodflies were gone, who could
Yeah.
also teleport on top of you. So that
Yeah.
was the majority of my time there was getting through that level, and getting that rune unlocked.
Yeah.
The other rune. Because
spent,
that
like-
was because before this point in time, I didn't have the time bend ability. I had to pick up that rune and then go back to the shop.
I'll say like that was the first level where I realized you could break into the black market shops, and I spent like 45 minutes trying to figure out how to do it, and I didn't figure out how to do it.
That was the one that I didn't break into in my first playthrough.
Would you like to know how?
I was like, I could see how to do it. I figured out later how to do it, but yeah, I was like, I can see there's a path in there. I just can't get to that path. What do I need to do? And then I found the wheel crank later on.
So yeah, I figured there's a window in the black market that you can like shoot something holding up a chain or whatever.
Yep.
I did that, and then I went down to like the sewer entrance, but there was like the gate there, like the bars.
Yeah, there
I
was
couldn't get
the
through that.
bars, and I would have missed this too had I not realized. Oh, this bar thing, it looks like a gate, and then there's a mechanism there
Mhm.
that looked like it should open it, but it didn't have a wheel.
Yeah,
So then
I just gave up at
I
that
spent a good 15 minutes looking around.
Mhm.
And it's like
I
right
went
there in
back
the
into
shop.
I went back into the shop because I wanted to pick up another sleeping dart because I was out and I had forgotten to do it, and then
Yeah.
I had found the wheel.
It's just a fucking wheel there.
Yep.
There's just a fucking wheel there.
I think
Yep.
maybe I just didn't realize that I needed to put something in the mechanism. Anyway, now I'm
It's-
just frustrated.
If I had not done it in the dumb way that I had done it, I would have been sitting there for hours and I wouldn't have gotten it.
Yeah.
I would not have if I didn't hop onto that mechanism by falling onto it and getting mad that it was there, then I would have not realized that that was a mechanism to open the door.
Yeah. What is the? You shoot the two things in the shop through the window. What does that drop? Does that like drop a ladder or something? A chain?
It is essentially a hatch because if you go ahead
Yeah.
and you open the, because I had done this before I realized that there was something to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
I went ahead and I opened the thing.
And then there's like a hatch preventing you getting up that ladder.
Yeah, and there was a hatch, and then yeah, that's how that happened.
Okay. Or it's like
Yeah.
a
Because I noticed that you could shoot it, but I didn't because I was like, why would I do that?
yeah.
Why would I scare the shopkeeper?
I did it because I was like, oh, I bet you can get in there. And then, as you know, it was toiling from there.
So yeah, so let's because this has been all over the place. Let's
Yeah.
skip to the part where I went up, and where I had started the conservatory
Yeah.
led me to a place where there was two skulls lying on the floor, and there is if I were to try and get closer, they would appear and it would immediately alert everyone else to me.
Yep.
However, if I were to shoot them, that would also alert them.
Yeah.
So that is where I got stuck, and that is when I went and decided, all right, it's time to figure out the black market thing so I could get that one last rune for the time stop ability.
Yeah.
So after doing that, I went ahead, I cleared those two out, and I was able to pick two of the witches off out of like the 7 that came in and teleported in.
Yeah. Okay.
Because there was that wall there, they didn't smash it. They teleported right over to it.
Yeah.
And they stayed there until they realized they couldn't get out, and they teleported out. So I was able to pick 2 of them off as they teleported in and down into that elevator way.
Yeah.
And I was able to get another one as they were walking back up the stairs. It was back to their original spots.
I vividly remember this level. So like I'm like
As-
walking.
as
around.
do
One
I.
of them
Yeah.
One of them was one of the people who was on the chandelier, which made
Okay,
the part
oh.
infinitely easier.
Good break. Yeah, I had to lure them off. I had to I picked up a glass bottle because so when you get into the big area, there's like the chandeliers, and on the third or second floor, there's like a hallway that goes into like a bathroom or whatever. I just like threw glass bottles at the wall near the chandelier until they like went over there like, what the fuck's going on over here? And I would run up and like choke them or sleep dart them to pick them off from there, just so I knew they didn't fall and die. I think
Yeah.
I might have, for one of them, I might have like used, because I was playing as Emily, you can like grab enemies and pull them towards you, and then when they're in air, you can choke them, like grab them to choke them. I think I did that for another of those. And then I lifted them up carefully, took them to a safe spot, laid their body down so they would fall off the chandelier. So
Yep. In one of my failed attempts where they were still there, I used a stinging bolt to take care of them.
okay.
Because you'd stung them, and then they'd stand up. They'd realize they'd have nowhere to run to. Then they'd teleport, and then they'd forgot that they had been stung, so they'd wander around for a little bit. But since it was just the chandelier people, they're real easy to take care of.
Yeah, and they don't like suddenly just teleport back up to their chandelier once you've got them off that.
Yeah.
No.
Because they're lounging, they're having a good time.
Yep. They're just up there chilling,
kicking their feet, talking about shit.
So
I didn't run into any issues where like shooting them with a sleep dart up on the chandelier made them fall off. I that absolutely could happen.
Yeah.
But they always fell back when I hit them. What hit me on that level was there was a glitch back when the game first came out that when you trigger the non-lethal thing, sometimes random witches just die regardless of like what you've done to them.
Yeah.
So I had like everybody passed out. I had like sleep darted every witch in that level. And then this is why I'm intimately familiar with those two fucking witches in the alleyway.
Yep.
Because like I would trigger the non-lethal thing and suddenly it would say there are 2 dead people. And I'm like, what happened? I thought somebody had fallen and died. And I went through like the entire level to like analyze, because I had knocked everybody the fuck out. I had like dominoed a whole bunch of people. And basically just like I made like multiple trips back to the black market to make sure everybody in that level was asleep and out unconscious. And so I went back like person by person, area by area to figure out who was suddenly dead. And it was those 2 witches in the alleyway who had like they had gone from being asleep to I trigger the non-lethal and suddenly they're dead. And it was like I'm like searching forums at this point because I'm like what the hell? And they're like, yes, this is a known thing we're working on. It had already been fixed on like PC at that point, but they were still waiting on like the console patch to fix the bug to go through certification and stuff. And they were like, but if you take them, like if you pick up the bodies and take them to Megan's boat, there's a chance that they might stay, like that this death bug might not like affect them. Did not work for me, so I was just like, fuck it.
Did you end up piling up like 20 corpses on this fucking 20 unconscious
I
people?
tried it. Yeah, I tried a few times. I was like, okay, I put a whole bunch of bodies on Megan's boat, shot them with like an extra. They're already unconscious. I shot them with extra sleep darts just to like make sure. And then I go and trigger the thing, and I like check my stats and still dead. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm done. And so I stopped playing my pacifist run at that point and just immediately went into like a Corvo run and just started killing everybody to do that playthrough of the game, and then ended up coming back to Emily after that patch finally took effect, and I was able to get through that damn level.
Nice little catharsis in the middle there, though. That's good.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I was like, fuck it, and it's great. It was great because it then gave me a sense of like where everybody was in the future levels. Because playing through like stealthily, I was like, oh, it was learning and not like fucking up each level.
Yep.
At least like moving forward after I knew where everybody was and where I had killed everybody, I was like, okay, now I know how I'm going to approach these levels when I come back and do the stealth level and the no kill run.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a real good level, though. Like I feel like the conservatory is a better level than the Clockwork Mansion, personally. But like no one ever talks about that level.
I assume it's because everyone hates it because of the witches.
I probably and everyone loves the Clockwork Mansion because I feel like it's the first WoW moment in that game, but it is the first of many.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, the level design of the Clockwork Mansion stands out more because of its versatility and how it changes between configurations, whereas the conservatory is like one thing.
Just done really well.
There are a lot of different ways in there. Like I was finding, like if you go up above the courtyard and blink up there,
yeah,
and you come in basically from the top, the only thing you're gonna face up there are like those like
Dogs.
Tentacle things.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That the witches have, and you can like take those out pretty easily if you've got like an incendiary dart and nobody like that doesn't alert anybody around. So like that was an interesting way in that I found kind of in reverse as I was clearing it out.
Yeah, because like I went up there after the fact, and this is why I say I almost didn't kill the guys in the court, sleep dart the guys in the courtyard,
Mm-hmm.
but they were doing their stupid little play thing. I was like, all right, fuck you guys. You guys were just an obvious roadblock to divert me away from this path. So from 3 stories above, I'm just going to shoot you all in the face with these sleeping darts. And you, one on the turtle pedestal,
Yep.
you go first.
Yep. Knock that one right the fuck out.
Yep. Knocked them out. They fell. It did not high enough to kill them, but enough to be satisfying.
Yep.
Nice. It's a quiet little victory.
With them, I at one point I'd leveled up the stun mines. So like they each had like 2 or 3 charges or something at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So I just like stuck one in the door and threw something inside to like alert them, and just watched as they came in and went like zzz, and then fell, and then another one came and was like what, and then zzz, and fell, and then the third one came in, and then I just like sleep darted the 4th one.
Yeah.
I have my mines
were-
upgraded. I'm pretty conservative with the mines, much more than
Yeah.
the sleep darts, because I even though I think I have most of my upgrades already purchased, I don't like burning a lot on the consumables
Yeah.
unless I just
Well,
know another way around it.
The first floor of that one has like 3 more stun mines, like in a glass display case that you can grab after.
Yes, I
It was
went
like
back
there was,
to that
there
display
was
case.
ample
multiple
stock
times.
there after I had knocked everybody the fuck out.
Yeah,
When I was
I didn't break any glass in that room because I left the people at the bottom awake, except for the one person standing at the side. There's the 2 people who were laying down having the conversation. I knocked out the person to the one side, and then I said, I don't ever need to come back here.
Yeah, I don't fuck.
And
with
then
this.
there was no reason for me to knock this initial person out.
Mhm.
So then I just carried it up to the 2nd floor, put him down, and was on my way.
That's an
Well,
Alex O'Neill move right there.
Once you trigger the non-lethal, anybody that was still like conscious just is passed out. So you could like after you've done that, you're free to just ransack the whole thing before you leave and go back to Megan's boat.
I wish I had known that because like I cleared that whole
You tried to sneak right
conservatory.
the hell back out. Oh yeah.
I cleared the whole conservatory out before I did the non-lethal. Literally, like put the whatever her name is there, like right in front of where you trigger it. And I was like, all right, well, I don't know. I feel like there's another step I got to do here. And I had taken her out. I didn't know you could just go there and trigger it.
Yeah.
To just knock her out immediately. So I had gone through the process of like you have to hit her twice to knock her out, laying stun mines strategically throughout the area she was patrolling, and then taking her body, putting it there, and then triggering it after clearing out the rest of the conservatory. God, I was fucking pissed when I found out you could just like get the shit ready, trigger it, she's done, and then like again the conservatory's cleared out at that point. So then you can do whatever, but you live and learn.
I still had a good portion of the conservatory up and going when I triggered the non-lethal.
Okay,
So yeah.
So did you get to another level after that, or was most of your time just?
I started on the dust level.
That's
Let me tell you, that's a rough level.
Yeah, dude, that first half of that level is rough.
Yeah, because at the point I'm in, I know where Paolo.
Mm-hmm.
Paolo,
That's his
yes.
name.
Paolo, yeah.
Okay, Paolo. Okay, there we go. That sounds more right.
Yeah, he's the gang member.
I know where he is.
Mm-hmm.
And I went ahead and I hit him with the sleeping dart.
Yeah.
And when you do that,
Turns to rats.
everyone becomes not the rats, because I had already shot him in the face in the alleyway before.
Okay,
So I knew that would happen. So I wasn't surprised there.
good.
But what happened after that is that alerts everyone in the room. So everyone's up and about out of their usual order.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
I did
4
a
to
little
5 times
housekeeping.
harder to take down. So
Yeah, I did a little housekeeping before I shot him in the face the first time. So I was in a better spot.
I just when I did that, I just took out the high overseer and was like, "Here you go, Paolo, enjoy."
Yeah. Okay. Did you end up doing the full non-lethal for both of them, or
In one of my runs, I did, yeah. Eventually,
okay? But for your first round, you just brought the high overseer.
yeah, yeah. The like when I was doing like the murder spree, I just ran through the higher overseer area and killed him, and then like just nonchalantly like had him over my shoulder and walked in and was like, "Here you go, enjoy."
I'd love to see how that.
It's very
plays
satisfying.
Out. Yeah, I bet. Because like no one attacks you, which is fucking nice. Yeah, that's a great level. Also, it's also a big level. I like that. So did you just kind of stop right after you had found Paolo?
Yeah, I shot him. Everyone was alerted. There was no way in the hell I was doing this, and it was pretty soon before the podcast was gonna start. So I went and I had dinner.
Okay, cool. I look forward to more updates. Good to have you here, Trevor, to talk about it as another Dishonored fan. Game's real good. That's it, right, Scott?
That is it.
Let's take a quick break, and we'll come back. Tony and I will talk about Neo and video games, and we'll be back in just a little bit.
Cool.
No choo choo choo. Namashin. Maybe Namashin stepped out.
Choo,
go use the bathroom.
choo, choo, choo.
Thank you. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yep, I'm gonna drink a glass of water.
Shout out to the chat. Thanks for people hanging out, watching. Nate, Cam, Logan, if you're still hanging out. Danny was watching for a little bit. Excuse me.
Alex.
Hi.
Hey, you mind counting me in again?
Yeah. What happened?
like for some reason, like ever since like I've been moving my mic around back to Mark and Case. Like after I did the game of the year, like the wire's been coming loose lately. That's why I keep losing my audio every like halfway.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1. Yeah, maybe I know a lot of folks who have the blue snowball, right?
Yeah, I think Rob does need to upgrade this thing.
Yeah.
A few years.
I mean, either that or like get a new cord. I know a lot of people with the blue microphones, Tony included, that have had cord malfunctions with the USB cable that it ships with.
Mm-hmm.
So Roger and Caleb both have blue snowballs, and they both had to replace the cords. So yeah, maybe looking to get in the Yeti or another USB option. Scott has a really nice USB mic as well. So. Danny texted us. I'm sure you saw option.
Oh, yeah, fly.
I am back.
That's a great fucking picture.
Way too big, but yes.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, we all back? Tony, you back? Click, 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 click. There he is.
I'm glad we were able to record together, Nabashin.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I was sad when I saw your tweet of like, wait, like Trevor's gonna be on and I'm not gonna be there. I was like, no.
Yeah.
I had an alternative opener, but when you came back, I was like, I'm just gonna leave it to the master this time.
Hello.
Hello.
Tony, you back?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I'll take this. Yes. All right. I'm ready. Let me get this part ready. Instead of figuring out
Are you
what I
finally
should-
prepping news and gaming?
Yes.
I feel like this is like a special occasion.
I know. Well, Trevor's here. I got to step up my fucking game. All right. Logan bought his plane tickets for Boston. Nice.
Boston. Sweet.
All right. All right. Hey, welcome back.
Hello.
You welcome back.
Yo,
Thank you. Yo. In bon appetit.
you failed
Jesus
at that like really
Christ.
badly.
Got it. I think I nailed it.
Nope.
Tony, what you been playing?
Neo.
What else? We can talk about Neo in a second. We'll knock
Neo.
that one out. Okay, so nothing but Neo. Got it.
I mean, nothing new except for Neo.
What about Osu?
I mean, yeah, I still play that game every day.
Yeah.
It's still an awesome game that people should take a look at because you'd never hear about it otherwise, you know?
There you go.
This is
So,
This is true. I was about to say I am the only podcast. So,
yeah, just you, just the Alex O'Neill.
I am the podcast. I have become podcast. This is the only podcast that I listen to. Kind of. Where Osu, not Neo, but Osu is discussed.
So, oddly enough, yesterday there were a couple friends over at the house, and a new person was there who hadn't been to the house before, or at least had only been to the house before once and for a short time. And as you do, I was like, I got to see if you're good at rhythm games. Turns out he also plays Os, which is fucking crazy.
You found another person, someone who
I
completes
found a real life person who plays that game, but he plays a different game mode. He plays like
Vegas
the
is weird.
traditional
Yeah.
game mode, which is like not the keyboard one. And so fuck that guy.
Okay, Teddy. I was about to say, are you engaged? When's the ceremony?
Nope. But yeah, I thought it was interesting that I finally met someone else who knew what the fuck I was talking about.
Neo.
Yeah.
Neo came out this week on the
Did.
on the 7th. You got it. I got it. Been
Yep.
playing it. I imagine you've probably played more of that game than I have.
No, I haven't been home.
Okay.
I am right before the first boss. I played one session.
Okay.
So-
So the first boss being like the first real boss, because there's that whole
Like the one,
Intro
I think I think it's probably a thing on the boat.
the boat guy. Okay. Yeah.
I only know that because I heard someone talk about it and that being the first boss, and then I saw a boat, and that was the last thing that I like. That was the last
'Cause
time I played.
That game opens weird.
Yeah.
There's essentially.
No, that first boss is not really a boss.
Yeah, it's not.
I feel like I watched you play it for a few hours, and then it was like, would you like to try the tutorial?
Yeah, again, it's super weird because so the game starts in London. As folks who have seen the cover of Neo, you can probably guess that it takes place mostly in Japan. So I was like, what the fuck is going on? And it's like everyone's speaking English, and I played like the Last Chance Trial. And it's like everyone speaks Japanese. I thought this was a game with no English VO, but you start in London, and you essentially play through this prison tutorial level. It's not a Dark Souls game unless it has a prison level. That's what we've learned.
Yeah, it always needs to start in a prison.
Exactly. You play through this prison level where you break out of prison, and this weird like koi fish lady, fucking
dude, that's my girl.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm with you. She looks like a koi fish in a woman combined.
You know, I might be down.
Sure, fair enough. I like the Little Mermaid.
Yeah, right. Ariel's all right.
Yeah, and she like comes to you in your jail cell, and you break out, and it's different because that part of the game plays completely differently than the main game. Like there are no stances. There's just light and heavy attacks and guarding. You have no abilities. You don't have access to any skill trees. You can't level up in that whole first area, but you're gaining like the experience, which is weird because like that experience is linked to the whole story, but the story doesn't make any sense anyway.
What, having just played through Bloodborne, that's pretty much exactly what like you do in Bloodborne in the beginning. Is you can like get everything, but you can't level up.
Yeah, but like when you die for the first time in Bloodborne, it sends you to the Hunter stream where you can level up and everything. In here, you're like going
you can't.
through.
Well, you don't get to
in
start
Bloodborne
leveling up until you get the boss.
Not necessarily until you get the boss. It's just until you get your first
yeah, because the doll isn't awake.
wisdom level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your first insight.
It's just because you're not going anywhere, right? When you die for the first time in Bloodborne, you get like a little bit of setup, right? You go to the Hunter's Dream. There's that whole area.
Yeah, you're given your weapons at that point.
You're given a weapon. There's a whole area that kind of explains to you what all the controls are, what all the things you can do are. Here, it's just like you have no context. You go through, which is normal for those kinds of games. Again, to compare it back to the Souls comparison, which I'll try and lean away from, but you start it and you go and then you die, but then it's just like, all right, just try again, I guess. It doesn't equip you with any more knowledge like those games traditionally do, which is odd. And then you go through that whole first area. Just like, again, I had played a little of that game before, so I knew what to do, or I at least knew how to play it. And then you fight a boss, which is like a tutorial boss, and then it's like, okay, would you like to play the tutorial now?
You're like,
it's
I
just
did.
odd. Yeah, exactly. It's like, was the first level not the tutorial? It's like, no, because the way that first level plays is actually not how most of the game plays. So then you do the tutorial in the dojo, and kind of you're introduced to the key regen and the different stances and everything.
Yeah.
So like it's just a weird opening for that game, and then you ship from London to Japan. And I like that they cite that you go under South America. And it's like weird. I guess I can't think of any better way to go from London to Japan. I guess like if you went under Africa, but I imagine that's equally as long, if not longer. So I don't know.
That's certainly the way they went for a while, pre-America, because they didn't know America was there.
Yeah.
Unless you're considering like the land route, but yeah.
Yeah. But it's just it was odd, and there's like it's kind of cool. It seems like rooted in some kind of exploratory history, but outside of that, obviously it's just crazy, ridiculous shit. But yeah, I've talked about that game before. It plays exactly how it did then. It plays real good, and I like it quite a bit.
Yeah, it's real good.
It's basically Great Wall with Matt Damon, the game, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's see where you meet like a Japanese ninja dude, and he speaks English. And your character's like, your English is really good. That game's fucking weird. Like whatever that story that game is trying to like dole out is fucking weird.
Something about like powerful stones.
Yeah, like Hot Voldemort.
Just go collect the Dragon Balls.
Hot Voldemort, as the chat calls him, is like, hey, I got these crystals that I stole from Japan, and we're gonna use this to conquer Spain. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right?
But do they turn into Power Tools dragons?
Well, they turn into yokai.
So
So
like,
yes.
we're
Yes,
getting
they do.
there. Yeah.
So I guess.
We just haven't gotten to that boss yet.
Yeah. Yeah. I imagine the final boss of Neo is Power Tool Dragon.
I hope so, dude. That'd be fucking amazing. But yeah, it's cool. Like the combat pace in that game is weird and different. You know, because just like how Bloodborne switched things up and made you want to be more aggressive. Neo kind of leaves the door open for you to be more aggressive, but doesn't demand it. Like the mechanic of Neo doesn't demand that you be more aggressive, although I think it's more fun to be.
Yeah, I certainly have had more success being aggressive.
Yeah. There's like a skill tree in that game. You unlock abilities.
Yeah.
Like
I would like one of the
unlocked
first
a
things I
parry.
did. First thing I did was unlock the ninja stars.
Yeah, of course.
Because you know me, I love my stones in Dark Souls games.
Yep. You can like there are two types of magic. There's ninjutsu and then like onyo magic. It's like what the fuck?
I haven't
is
gotten
this?
any of that yet.
Yeah. You unlock the ability to parry. You don't have that from the beginning, but you do get it. And like there are different parries for different stances, for different weapons.
I've pretty much mainly been using the sickle and ball.
Sarigama.
Yeah, and it's real good.
Yeah, that shit's good. I like that. I like all the weapons, which is the first for a game like
Yeah.
this, right? Typically, I find a thing I like and I stick with it. But the dual katanas are fun. The regular katana is fun. The spear is great.
Yeah,
Axe is great.
spear is my other weapon.
Yeah, spear and axe. I probably like equally. The Sarigama I like a lot. Of them, I would say maybe the katana I like the most, but I'm trying not to use one because I'm trying to get a little bit more out of my comfort zone. But yeah,
Therefore,
I've had a
I'll
lot of
use
fun with
2
it.
katanas.
Hell
Double
yeah.
comfort zone.
Yeah. But yeah, it's cool. Again, it's weird that there's like a map and the game is mission based and stuff. But
Yeah.
essentially, there are submissions where you go back 2 levels but play them in a different format as well. And the Twilight missions, which I guess are like super hard versions of the missions, or maybe they're different entirely. I'm not high enough level to try any of them. Yeah, there's like a map, and I'm on mission 2. And there's like caves. I'm like going into like this big ravine. Game's all right. Are you? How down are you with it, Tony? I feel like I don't know how into it you are.
I actually do really like it. I haven't had a lot of time to play it. Unfortunately, I just haven't been home. But that's the game that I want to spend time with right now. I do, it kind of hits the same while you're playing it, kind of hits the same stuff that Dark Souls does. And, obviously that's the kind of shit that I like.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm definitely down with it. And really looking forward to getting another chance to sit down with it, actually get to the first boss, see what I can get to.
Yeah.
So.
It's very Bloodborne for me.
Yeah.
It's fast. It feels great. Looks great. I appreciate that even though it's weird that it has like different graphical settings, that there is a setting that you can just put on that prioritizes frame rate. It's like fucking cool.
That's what I did.
Yeah. Give me 60 frames and I'm good.
Or give me death.
Yeah. Although Nabashin can get the best of both worlds, both of best worlds.
Yep.
Both of Westworld on his PS4 Pro. But yeah, it's cool. Neo's good. I have not played as much of it as I would like because of other games I've been playing. Which we can say.
What you have played, you don't remember as much because you were drunk as fuck.
Oh, I was real drunk. I got to that second checkpoint, that second level though. And I remember the level very well only because I played through that like short section of that level like 20 times. Apparently, some people in the chat were saying I was better at the game when I was drunk. Didn't feel like it.
No, I tuned in after pizza, and you came.
Oh yeah, that
when
point.
you came back to playing the game, you died in like a minute.
Oh yeah,
I was like, yeah, you're not better at this drunk.
Yeah, that was. I was at peak drunkitude at that point because when I got the pizza, I promised I would open up the second bottle of wine, and Anyway, Neo's great. I finished Resident Evil 7, which I had not yet finished when we last recorded. I finished it Sunday night. That game is phenomenal, I feel. Scott was more right than I would have thought. There was a lot more of that game than I thought was left. Whereas I thought I was like a good 30 minutes away from the ending. I was about 2.5 hours out from the ending. There was a whole other section, like a fifth part of that game that I did not see coming at the end of that. So that was fun. And I finished it. And then at the end, without spoiling anything, it's like, hey, is this free DLC coming? I was like, what is this all about? And I won't say any more just because like the nature of that free DLC I feel gives away a little bit about the ending.
Umbrella Corps.
Yeah, it's this free DLC. The Umbrella Chronicles.
Just
No!
fucking take it now.
Just That's coming in spring.
It's the Umbrella Corps tie-in.
Yeah. It's cool. I mean, it looks like the DLC continues the story, or is maybe a different part of the story. That just like seeing what it's probably going to be about is like, oh, okay, I see why this wasn't in part of the game, because like the progression of that game I think feels really great, and having like this other section would be weird, but I'm excited to see that, see what that turns into. Yeah, I love that game. I know a lot of people have a trouble with the third act or whatever, although it feels like there are 5 acts in that game because there are kind of like 5 major sections, so I don't know necessarily if they mean the third act as in the final act of the game or not, but the final part of that game reminds me a lot of Resident Evil 4, which was good for me, because I love Resident Evil 4, and yeah, I just thought the game kept getting better and better personally. I loved it. Fantastic. I wrote a whole thing about it that hopefully you'll see soon. Needs to be touched up, but yeah, that game just hit a chord with me that I totally did not expect it to. And like I hoped that, and I thought that I would like it, and obviously that getting over the fear thing was big, but like when I was in that game, I was just, whew, man. So there's like two major endings to that game. After I finished it, I immediately reloaded an old save and went back and played through the other way, and that was much happier.
Are there very distinct endings then?
They're not like I would say the general thrust of the narrative is the same, but different things happen in the kind of 4th and 5th act of the game.
But more than like a red, green, blue palette swap.
No, it's more than that. And it's like, does it end kind of optimistically or not? To be general, but yeah, the general sweeping points are the same. There's just like one choice you make at some point in that game, so you can go one way or the other. It's binary, so it's not like they're delineating endings in all different directions. But I blew through that last 2 parts of that game after going back and reloading and having the fear taken out of it. I just like, cool, I know nothing's gonna happen here. I'm just gonna beeline for the end here, which was a different experience. Play a little Stardew Valley on stream in the middle of playing Neo on Tuesday, which was fun. Just checking in on the farm. Nothing's really changed there. Got a greenhouse. Shit's good, man.
Yeah.
It's going good, Trevor.
Yeah, I've got my now that they've made a physical release, I finally got my console edition ordered.
Mm-hmm. Game's good. A little bit more of the Division. Kind of chipping away at that with the gang, the boys, the D Club, as we are affectionately known. That's been fun. And I hopped in the For Honor beta. It went open beta this week. I was like, I just wanted to play around, see what that was all about. It's good, you know. It's better. It feels better to have a grasp of that game now that I've played it. You know, I tweeted a little bit about it. Like, this is a multiplayer game that I do not want to invest any time into. Personally, just I have all this single player stuff that I'm really excited about playing. And if I were to go and play a multiplayer game, it would probably just be Overwatch. So like For Honor really, I have no desire to buy that game, but playing it and just like experiencing it, I see what is really cool about it. I'm sure if I played more of it, I'd want it more and more. But it's cool. Like when you're in it, when you're like surrounded on all sides by dudes, it does definitely have a very war feeling to it. Like it feels chaotic in a really cool way. The level I played on was not super interesting. It was just kind of like a bridge where you're pushing forward, and it's essentially just combat constantly, just clashing the front lines. I did the 4v4 mode, and I did pretty well in it. But yeah, I like everyone was playing the same class except for one guy who was playing like the lighter weight, speedier class, and fighting them was definitely different. But it feels really good when you're like locked in with somebody and you're like responding to their attacks and guarding the right way correctly, and like you run in, grab them, you like take a risk and it pays off. You grab them, throw them, and then like hit them with the sword a few times. It feels really good. I was surprised at how quickly fights progressed. I feel like hearing everyone talk about it, and it definitely is methodical, like it is slow, and everyone kind of discusses it in that way, but like shit pops off fast. Like if you mess up once, you're like very quickly dead. And the same is true of your opponents. But yeah, it's cool to like run in. You see one of your teammates is getting swarmed by two people, and you run in and like take one guy off, and then he takes the other guy. It's a good feeling. I respect a lot of what that game does. It is realizing what it wants to be a lot better than I thought it would. So I have a lot of respect for that.
Which class did you try?
I guess whatever the standard is, whatever, I guess it would be like the medium weight. It felt like a heavyweight class, but
I mean,
presumably
don't you
the medium weight.
I mean, I don't know. Like, do you
Oh,
pick
which faction did I choose?
Yeah, there you go.
Samurai,
Okay.
which was dominating in the open beta. Because there's like this whole weird world map thing for the season. So like there's like the 3 territories, right? And the world map is where you kind of choose which game mode you want to choose from. But it also, the world map dynamically updates as the 10-week season progresses. So like everyone who chose the real factions at the beginning, like it's kind of like MAG to make a weird throwback reference of like cool. So the samurai are like have most of the map controlled. And so like I was part of the samurai group. So like you then choose, okay, do I want to fight Viking territory or fight knight territory? And then like you kind of progressively chip away at gaining more of that world map. Don't know if there's
Mortal Kombat do something like that. Like Mortal Kombat 10, like there was like you could be
yeah,
like,
but it was like just 2 teams, right? It was like
there was a bunch of them. There was like the Red Dragons and the Lin Kuei, and like everyone picked everybody picked the Scorpion group, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it very quickly became lopsided.
Yes.
Yeah, I like for the first time I feel like the knights, Vikings, and samurai all have like equal footing as far as like media that like propagates like their popularity at this time, right? And I know kind of people that would fall on all sides of it. I maybe I would probably go knights if I chose again. I was just like in a very samurai mood because I had just been playing Neo. So yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see how that stuff works out and if it becomes broken. Obviously, it doesn't matter to the playing multiplayer aspects of it, but it's cool. It's like this map is based in this region of the world map, right? So when the samurai have this map under that, like in their region, then the colors on the map, like the actual in-game map, change to be the samurai colors. Like it's the samurai symbol hanging from this wall where this crest would be, and et cetera, which that's cool. So there are kind of like benefits if your faction is doing well in the meta game. But I didn't
purely mental home field advantage.
Exactly. I didn't expect there to be like this meta to that game. There's also like gear and loot and stuff that I only played the one match, and I was like, okay, I get this. Walked away. But yeah, I didn't expect all that stuff. But it's good to have an understanding of that game. But the thing I've been playing the most of this week, by far, has been Tales of Berseria, which I fucking love. which I did not expect to like this game as much as I do. I wasn't even sure if I would enjoy this game. I was very concerned, especially coming off of Tales of Zestiria. But man, this game is really good.
Is it enhanced because of playing Sister?
So there are things like I kind of like. I wish I hadn't known that the two games were connected going into this.
Oh, okay.
Honestly,
Sorry.
because like it, and it's not like anything that you would spoil for me. It was just things that have been out there, right? And I had like read a couple of reviews that had mentioned that. But like it's very independent, right? It stands alone. I think I was like, I don't know where this falls in relation to Tales of Zestiria. Very much takes place before Tales of Zestiria. I've realized that now. And it's like I would say maybe the first 8-ish hours, like it's very much like different. There are similar things that happen. Like, oh, these people are turning into monsters. And it's like, oh, there are these special creatures that only people with high resonance can see, which is like very like congruous to what Tales of Zestiria does. Of like, hey, this person has a high resonance, so they can see these spirits called seraphim. But in here, they are called Malakim, which, weird anime names and whatnot. And the people that turn into monsters are called demons. They're not called Hellions, which they were called in Tales of Zestiria. So I'm like, I don't know if these are strictly the same thing or if they are similar but different. And then, like, one of the party members from Tales of Zestiria shows up, and you fight him, and I was like, oh, okay. So, like, there was a more kind of direct link established. And then, as the game went on, I realized, like, that I recognized the name of one of the characters that you're traveling with, and I was like, oh. And then there was, like, this kind of very much direct correlation to another of the party members in Tales of Zestiria, and I kind of realized some of the things that are going on, and it was a game changer for me. It was very cool, very well done too. It's a more subtle approach than I would have expected. I thought it was just going to be like flat out like these things are called these things and these things are still this, but it is different and it's cool. So it makes that link more subtle again. But generally, like, what this game does right, and it's weird to just put it blatantly, it does just about everything right in contrast to some of the more recent Tales games. Like, the opening of the game is like this hour-and-a-half long flashback that sets up the protagonist, Velvet, again, the first strictly female protagonist in the Tales series. And, she goes from this kind of bubbly, happy character to this incredibly bitter and like emotionally destroyed character that she is for the majority of what I've played. And some really fucked up shit happens to her, and it's kind of god awful, and you see a lot of terrible things happen, and it's like, okay, like they did this really great thing where they set up the character and you empathize with where she's coming from, and then for the rest of the game you kind of play just this group of rogues. Like, you're kind of the bad guys, which is weird. And I would say, like, you're not strictly the bad guys, and there are things that you do that could kind of go either way, but, like, the way you go about doing most of what you do is very selfish and very much in self-interest, and it's kind of terrible in a lot of cases. Like, Velvet, the main character, she has, like, this hand, this demon hand that she uses to devour people and straight up murder people and spirits and everything and demons. And she can't like taste food anymore. She can only taste blood, which she uses this hand to consume things. So like you're like this just villainous rogue from the get-go, and it's cool. Like, that all the narrative stuff is really cool. They focus a lot on characters. The antagonist of the story would be like the hero. He is literally the equivalent of the hero of Tales of Zestiria, which makes this kind of like a contrast to that game in a really cool way. He is the shepherd of this world, where you are the shepherd in Tales of Zestiria. What's his face? Saray is. So the antagonist is like the total opposite of you, the main character, and they establish like this relationship between them. Like he did something terrible to her family, and there's a very personal, vindictive hatred there that really propels you through the plot. And it's, I don't know, they spend a lot of time setting up characters, and all of the characters in your party are fantastic. Like some of the best group of characters that series has seen since Tales of Vesperia.
I have a question.
Sure.
I don't know if this is like a thing. Like I don't know. I don't even know if it really even means anything. But like normally with the Tales of arts, like like their cover arts, like they have like a whole group of people.
Yeah.
And this like the first one I've seen. Like this having like a single character on it. Does that like imply anything? Maybe.
Yes. It is like, this is probably the most personal this story has ever been, and Velvet is kind of like at the center of all of that. And the focus on her, I think, is a shift, because like she is again the villain for the most part, and I think that's why. It's very interesting, and like there's something to be said for like her outfit and the way she looks and portrayed, but like she is such a powerful character that like, and she's so cool. It's weird to say, like she's got this very sexy appearance, but like she's also very cool and super well developed in a way like a protagonist of that game hasn't been, or of that series hasn't been in a very long time. Like they spend literally hours just kind of like letting you sink into this character's head and their thought process, and like fleshing out different ways that they look at things, just to kind of flip that on its head and dig deeper. You know, she spends 3 years in this prison because she was turned into a monster by this person that killed her brother. And like that's the setup for the game that happens in that first hour and a half prologue. And like you see this dynamic, this character who interacts with all these other people in this little town that she's in, and then you see it like all go to hell. So I feel like there's a lot of empathy there for just the trials that she goes through. Like I understand why she is so broken, and that's something that series has not had. Like, in a few ways it is like the opposite of Final Fantasy 15, right? That stuff is very front loaded. You have a core understanding of everything that's going on right from the get-go, and like this very selfish, like I will do anything in my power to get to this person and murk them real good. And I feel like that's even if they are doing something that is greater for the world as a whole, like it doesn't matter to her. It just doesn't, and it's compelling. Like it really drives it forward. Cool. Yeah, it's very cool. On top of that, like the game also like plays incredibly well. Like, the whole game runs at 60 frames per second, where Tales of Zestiria ran at 60 frames per second in world and in combat. The cutscenes didn't. It's consistent 60 frames throughout this. It looks really good. There's a lot of pop-in, which some people pointed out, but that being like the only real visual issue makes it better. The way that the world is presented is very good. Like there are presentational hooks to how a side quest is presented, or a dialogue option is presented, and it's like very appealing to the eyes. I know that's like a weird thing, but like the UI is very good, which it consistently hasn't been in these games, so that's a nice change of pace. But yeah, like the combat is just awesome in that they've like completely reworked it from the ground up, whereas before it's always been this kind of either left to right. You're on this line between you and the enemy that you are currently targeting, and like depending on which direction you use and what button you're hitting will affect essentially how you attack the enemies. Like you have regular attacks, you have special moves, and you have a guard button, and those are all mapped to the face buttons. Here it is like you can kind of move in whatever direction, you can free roam, you're not stuck to a line at all, which is a first for that series. And it kind of plays a little bit more like a Devil May Cry or a character action game. So like it's each each button does a different attack. So triangle, square, circle, and X all do different attacks. And L1 is your guard button. And depending on which phase in a combo you are, like either phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, or phase 4, you will do a different attack linked to each button. So this is like a big chart for it. It's a difficult thing to explain in words. If you saw it, you'd probably understand it immediately. But that's cool. So it kind of lets you feel like you have more options open to you. It's like a soul system, right? So you have 5 souls that you can have at any given time, and each soul allows you to do one more hit in a combo. So your combo can be up to a maximum of 5 hits. And then you have to do certain things in combat to get souls. You start with 3 by default. So you can only do a 3-hit combo at the beginning, but if you stun a character or stun an enemy by exploiting its weakness, you get another soul. Or if you do a perfect dodge, you get another soul. So then you basically build up to being able to do your maximum combo, and then you can do this special move that cancels any attack and continues your combo. So it's all about building combos, and by hitting R2, you use your claw and you shift stances, and that uses 1 soul. So then you're like using those more powerful abilities after you shift stances to stun the enemy again and get a soul back, and then use it again and make an infinite combo. Essentially, that's really just like it feels so good to do, and like you're doing like 30 to 40 hit combos. Every time you kind of get in the flow of things, and it's just like, man, this game fucking feels like amazing. And it's completely different than any of the Tales games before it. So, I love it. I have not liked a Tales game this much since Tales of Vesperia, which has been a long, long time. And yeah, it's just like it feels like a real culmination of everything like the PS3 era Tales games have been trying to do, but like really hitting it, really executing on it. And I'm very, very impressed. Like, I'm already 34 hours into it. And as much as I've wanted to go and play Neo and other things, like, it's, again, the first time that I really just want to play more of this game. More Tales. Which all the other ones, as folks who have listened to this show over the years have known, like, I had to put down Tales of Graces for a long time. I had to put down Tales of Xillia 2 for a bit, and especially Zisteria. So,
When was the last time you've done this?
Tales of Xillia 1 was the last time I like really powered through that game. But even then, I was not as engaged in it as I am with Berseria. And that was,
So it wasn't too long ago in terms of releases, was it?
that was 2013. So, and there were 2 games out between 2 Tales games out between.
But this one, I thought they followed along in the alphabetical release order.
What do you mean?
There was a Tales game with an A before this one, correct?
No.
No?
There's Tales of the Abyss. There's no alphabetic. There's no rhyme or reason to the releases.
Oh, I thought there was. For some reason, I thought there was.
No, Tales of Zisteria, Tales of Xillia. That'd be funny if there was. Tales of Berseria. I guess they all have had different letters.
I thought that like from the start that for the names they had just gone down in alphabetical order.
No.
This is really, really long series.
No, they did like Symphonia, then Abyss, then Vesperia. So they jumped around all over the place.
All right.
So that's I wish that was true though. But yeah, I know I had a lot to say.
I don't know why I thought that.
They all have weird names. That's a valid reasoning. So
as someone who has only ever done like the Final Fantasy really side of the JRPG realm there and Dragon Quest and stuff, never got into any of the Tales games, and this may be like just too big of a question to really try and tackle here, but would you say there's something there for me if I wanted to try and jump in on Berseria?
Yes and no, right? Berseria is very good. They're all very good at tutorializing the player, right? There's a lot of mechanics in Tales of Berseria. Like, even like 30 hours in, like there's new abilities I'm unlocking that change how the combo system works. And And they are all their own thing, right?
Well, I mean, Final Fantasy 15 gave me that ring at like 70 hours, so
Yeah,
there
true,
were
fair
still
enough.
new mechanics coming in as late as chapter 13 for me. So
Yeah, fair enough. I feel like that's true of a lot of modern JRPGs too. Just to kind of keep things interesting for a game that is going to be super fucking long. I would say, yeah, like you don't need to have played Tales of Zestiria to enjoy this game, especially considering it definitely takes place before that game took place. So it's they're just characters from Zestiria that end up showing up here, but like the references are more like cool than they are essential, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing that makes that. This is a far better game, just in general, anyway. So
yeah, I'm not opposed to coming into like I played Metal Gear Solid 5, having not played any of the others, and I could pick up, oh, that's a character, like, just based on how this scene was shot, I get that that's a character from another game, even if I don't know the backstory of that character. So I imagine there's probably a little bit of that in Berseria, like the subtle moments that you've kind of touched on of like, oh, it's really cool that this character connects to that one. Even if I don't pick up on those, I'm not overly worried about it. I'm more thinking like from a gameplay, from a JRPG like ness element.
yeah, I mean the thing is with the Tales games, and it's always been the case. Like they're super anime, you know. Like these are like the animeist of any JRPGs. I have played in that they like fall into those kind of tropes more than other modern JRPGs. Like Ni no Kuni is a very smart modern JRPG, right?
Right, I was about to say it's having played some Tales games myself, and also being near the same side you are on this. It's, if anything, I'd start going down the Ni no Kuni route.
Yeah, like Ni no Kuni is modern and its writing is very sharp and witty, and it's not very tropey. It's very smart. Tales have a lot of like characters that fulfill roles. Like this is the annoying character, or this is like the sassy character, or this is like the kind of negative character. I would say Berseria definitely gets away from that in a lot of really clever ways. And like the best Tales games have always introduced a character, made you think that they are one thing, and like totally flipped your expectation. Vesperia being like the biggest one of that. I would say there are better Tales games to start with, but this is a solid one.
Yeah, because what he's getting at with the anime trope things is the pitfall of the tropes is that a lot of characters never end up being anything more than their trope.
Yeah.
So if you know what the trope is, if you're familiar what it is,
and you hate it,
it doesn't matter if you like it or hate it. You already know what that character is.
Yeah.
And there's nothing else to it, no matter what happens.
Yeah.
The last decade and a half of Final Fantasy has well prepared me for that.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's very true.
So I'm not worried about that so much. In particular, the arc that you and I've also heard like Colin Moriarty talk about it, of like you're really playing as the bad guys in this story.
Yeah.
Certainly appeals to me. Like that's like, because I don't think we get enough of that. And it's a complaint we get kind of across all media of like unfleshed out villains, because we spend so much time with the heroes, that I'm always a fan of when you give like both sides equal kind of footing to kind of make their case. And it just gives a much more three-dimensional picture to the story. So even in this, like if you're not the bad guy, but you're still doing things like out of a personal vendetta and like quest for revenge. I mean, like you mentioned that, and I immediately think like, yeah, in Final Fantasy VII, you were Avalanche. You guys were terrorists. Yeah, and sure, you're doing things like for the greater good of the world, but you start out basically with a mini 911. Which would be a much harder game to make, you know, in the years that came after that that experience.
For sure.
And it's and like that's stuff that I think makes Final Fantasy VII as interesting as it is, and like I that's why I hope they don't compromise any of that when they remake it, but we'll see. Yeah, it is like, you know, there is some terrible shit that you do in this game. And it's funny because like a lot of that is, again, you're like a group of rogues, in a way, like, you know, there is still a distance between each of the characters. Although, like, the character work in this game is better than it has been in that series for a while. Like, there are different relationships between different characters in your group of 6 that make it really dynamic. Like, Aizen and Rokuro, who are like 2 of the male characters, have like a very competitive relationship between the 2, but like watching that change and evolve is awesome, and their chemistry is super different than Aizen and Velvet, which is a different relationship of like Aizen kind of in a way is like the number 2 to Velvet in leading the group, even if maybe he has more authority and power in a lot of the situations they're in, but he kind of comps to her opinion on a lot of things, but he helps guide her when he thinks she might be overstepping as far as doing some fucked up shit, and like that relationship is really interesting. But like again, like the core of the story is, and this I'll just kind of introduce you to a little of the tropey stuff that works for me, but again, I've mentioned earlier I'm very indoctrinated to this shit. You know, Velvet's brother Laphicet, great fucking bad name, by the way. If we want to talk about anime names, Laphicet is a new high. But her brother dies, and you meet a young spirit who looks kind of like him, and then he has no name because the spirits are kind of like slaves in this world. And she ends up naming him after her brother, and they start forming that brother-sister relationship as the game goes on, which is part of what helps soften Velvet and make her a bit more human again. That is a very tropey portrayal of that relationship, even if I think it's done well and it's good, but like, you know, set that expectation correctly of like, okay, we're going to go down this route and it's going to be weird as it sounds. But I like it, and I think it works well with how the characters are set up. So, yeah, it's just there's a lot of different politics and dynamics between characters, and there's a lot of shades of gray, which the series has kind of shied away from. The only time they've done stuff like this before, and I think this would be a better first Tales games for you if you've never really played any of them, is Tales of Vesperia, where Yuri, the main character of that game, he just fucking does just fucked up shit. He kills people and kind of betrays his group in a few ways, and has to learn hard lessons by doing so. And that stuff is, it's so good. So I think that's part of why I like Berseria so much, is it's revisiting those villainous concepts that Yuri kind of gingerly explored in Tales of Vesperia, but this time it's like full on, yo, we just totally destroyed this port town and ruined the economy of this entire continent. So GG. And it's like you grow infamous and you're kind of like a pirate gang. It's cool. It's a good game. Tales of Berseria is real good.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what you think of it, having never really touched that series, but
Yeah. Try and find time for it.
yeah, I like it a lot. I already started kind of phrasing up a review for it. I'm about 34 or 35 hours into it. I see like there's an end game that I see, but I feel like I'm not very close to it. So I don't know. I'd heard it's about 40 hours long. I'm kind of taking my time with it though. So, but that is it. Sorry, I had a lot to say about Tales of Berseria. It's very good. If you like those kinds of games, you should check it out. But we don't have a lot of time, but let's talk about some news. If this works. Oh, hold on. I was muted. My phone
Did you
was
make
muted.
music?
Yeah, check out.
News in gaming.
Yeah, that's the news music.
There we go.
News in gaming. It's catchy, you know. Why, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Someday.
Is kind of broke though.
It is kind of broke. Let's talk about some news. Big news. You added this to the doc, Trevor. E3 is going public.
Yep.
which in like all of the GameSpot news that I went through today was not listed there, or I missed it.
Yeah, that was. I didn't bother like including links because I did the same thing. I was like, I know Alex goes to GameSpot.com/news, and it was just so far back from the beginning of the week that I was like, well, I've clicked through like 2 pages and we haven't gotten to it. So
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so they're selling 15,000 tickets to the public for the first time ever in E3's history. And it sounds like they're kind of testing this to see if this works out. The tickets will go on sale on the 22nd or 23rd, one of those two numbers, of February. And it sounds like 3-day passes are $150.
The first 1,000 tickets, I think they're selling for 150, and then everything after that is 250, I think.
Okay. Which is steep. But yeah, it's cool. I think it's interesting. I haven't really heard any opinion on this from any of the industry folks that I follow quite yet, just because I'm a little bit behind on stuff. But I don't think this is a terrible idea.
Yeah, I mean the overwhelming gist I've seen has basically been like industry people saying recognize that you're not going to get the same access that press gets. Most of what you see like press talking about is behind closed doors demos. You're not getting the conferences. It's basically this gets you access to the show floor to wait in line for your demos and stuff. And the numbers I ran when the news broke was basically like I looked at, okay, how many people were at last year's E3, and like the estimate I found was about 50,000 people. So this is adding 30% of the crowd, assuming everything sells out. And the biggest complaint I've heard kind of in recent years from media is like it's getting harder and harder for people to get to their appointments just because there are so many bodies on the show floor.
Yeah.
So hopefully they're at least keeping in mind with the the couple $1 million that this will bring in for them, that they will accommodate that kind of concern and have better line management and provide more room and more space on the floor to kind of alleviate that stress, I think.
Yeah. To clarify earlier, or to correct myself, tickets go on sale tomorrow, February 13th. So by the time you're hearing the audio version of this, they will have definitely already sold out. First 1,000 tickets will be 150, like Trevor said. And the next beyond that will be 250, and there are 15,000 tickets being sold. Yeah, it's interesting. I like a lot of the sentiment I know is that by day 3, like fucking anybody can just get in there anyway. So that's maybe this is a more direct resolution to that issue, but I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean it seems like it's been the last few years like anybody that wants to get in can throw up a blog and really get in. It's not even as like media picky as something like a PAX is.
Yeah.
It's if you're interested in going, like apply and you would most likely get to go and get that same kind of level of access. This is opening it up for the people that don't have that yet or don't have the time to make those make those moves.
Yeah. Well, everybody in their own closet video game podcast now, so
That's absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see how this goes. Worried that it'll just kind of make that event worse, or just
I would say more worse for
press, right? For the coverage that comes out of that.
not really for press, like yes for the press, but like also for like like the people at the booths, just because they have to deal with more of like not really
Quantity
to
of
say
folks.
not really to say like in a mean way, not more professional people.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be more of like I don't know, like it just seems like it's gonna be like more of a struggle for them personally.
Yeah, it seems in that regard, it seems like it's gonna be akin to a PAX, where you do have like, and a lot of times those lines. I mean, like at PAX South, like there were there were like 40 people working the Nintendo booth, and they accidentally let me onto the show floor like an hour even before the press was supposed to get on the show floor. So I'm like just wandering the show floor like with the exhibitors,
Yeah.
and just watching the completely volunteer Nintendo Switch like team, completely unaware of like how busy they're going to be for the next few days, just talking and seeing like, like there was a woman she's probably in her 60s, just volunteering there for the weekend. She didn't give me the sense that she was super into gaming, and she wasn't like super informed in kind of what they were presenting. So it's that kind of, it's people who are there to, volunteer, maybe get a chance to play the thing in advance themselves. But they're mostly like uninformed on the specifics of what they're going to be working on anyway. It is the devs that are going to be the more knowledgeable ones are going to be the ones that have appointments kind of off outside of the main E3 hall, I think.
Yeah. It's also like a trouble of like knowing the audience that attends that show, right? Like you've known that for so long, you kind of come prepared to E3 for a different thing. Obviously, there's like a big weird change in that because, not 10 years ago, we had like booth babes and stuff at E3 still, and that was a big part of that show when it really shouldn't have been. But also to amend that, even beyond that point, is like there's also general press that goes there and they're like, I don't know what a fucking video game is. And they would get access to that show and they'd just be covering it what seems out of obligation, and they wouldn't know what they're doing. So
yeah,
I mean, it's just gonna be like interesting to see how it plays out because like like for someone who went to TGS, like who has like like the big general like I went there as press. The beginning part was just like the first 2 days I believe was press, and like the rest of the days for everyone to go into the for the general
Public.
general public. Yes, I can't talk today. Sorry.
it's me too. So no worries.
Good thing I came on the show this week, guys.
Yes, thank you. Like it makes me wonder, like, cause like the way that was structured, for TGS, like there's a whole section like in the back for like like for, like to buy stuff, like to buy like your general like your CDs or your figures or stuff like that. So I'm curious like how E3 will evolve to like cater to those people who are like who bought like their passes, like will there just be stuff like will swag not really be that much of a thing? Is more of a thing you can actually just buy now, or something along those lines, or like can someone like Hideo Kojima just walk down E3 booth now? Like can he like even like do that anymore now without having like a whole bunch of security around them? And like I figured there'd be like a whole bunch of security for like a whole bunch of people there, so for that matter. So like I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I mean, like I know they've had like Kanye there last year. I think like he came and visited the show floor and like snuck in and out, and people didn't realize. Like, so I imagine they can probably get people around if they're needing to do that kind of thing. But yeah, maybe Hideo can't necessarily hit up the show floor without getting kind of swarmed by now fans as well as like the amateur bloggers who are there, but also fans.
Yeah.
Now that also makes me wonder too. Like, will that be tighter to get a press pass now? Maybe.
I don't know.
That was one of the interesting things that I saw. Like, Jake James Lugo was tweeting out when they made this announcement. He was like, and no information on how to apply for press passes has been like made yet. So it sounds like they're both going live probably at the same time, where you can buy public passes starting tomorrow, or you can apply for a media badge starting tomorrow, would be my guess. And maybe they were holding off because of this announcement, that because he was saying that like historically you would have been able to apply for your media badge a month or so ago.
Yeah. This is the first year I'm like deeply considering trying to go to E3 as media, of course, but now it's like sullied.
I'm in the same boat. I was like, I have already been like, I've been banking up the time. The reason I didn't go to like PAX or to RTX Sydney was largely so I was like, okay, if I want to try and do the week in mid-June for E3, I will need that vacation time from the day job.
Yeah.
And as it is, like with that and with PAX East and with Kind of Funny Live, I'm looking and saying like, I will have basically like 1 day vacation time to spare following E3. And yeah, I'm like, well, now it's a little less special because anybody else could have gone too.
Yeah.
But I also like, and they're making a big deal of it being like the first time it's been open to the public. I had a friend who went like when I was in high school. Like he went the summer before my senior year. He had no like media connections. I don't remember how he got in, but I remember he came back with a demo disc of .hack on PlayStation 2.
Nice.
And got me and gave it to me.
Legacy lives on.
That series.
The legacy lives on. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, so it was like,
and that was Greg Blaney from the future.
So like he attended, and it was like it was a more open show back then.
Yeah.
That then they locked it down, I think a year or two later. So like the fact that they're marketing this is like it's the first time we're opening it to the public. I'm like, I feel like it's been open to the public before, just back before it was such a big show.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see. Interesting. If Trevor and I are both there in a perfect world, we'll be reporting from the ground.
Absolutely.
I put in a lot of news stories here. We don't have to go through all of them, but a couple ones I did want to touch on. Destiny 2 apparently definitely happening this year. Definitely, maybe. There was a earnings call as the fiscal year is starting to close out. There's been a lot of earnings calls going on. And Activision CEO Eric Hirschberg, talked about Destiny 2, which is quote unquote still on track to release this fall. And this is just a quote from the Q&A from that call. He says, "We've got a big reveal planned, and I'm going to let the game do most of the talking, but I'll give you some broad strokes. I think our team and our great partners at Bungie are doing a very nice job on two fronts. One, if you're one of the millions of players who really invested in Destiny 1 and have put a lot of hours and passion into that game, you're going to love this game. There's a lot more of what you love here. For anyone who hasn't yet tried Destiny, or hasn't played in a while, we think we've made a sequel that's going to have a lot for them to love too. The cornerstone of that is great cinematic story that's been a real focus with a great cast of memorable, relatable characters, coupled with some very nice ways to make the game more accessible to casual players. Without losing anything that our core players love, we've made it more accessible to someone who just wants to have a great, more casual first-person action experience." So, that's kind of along the lines of what I would have hoped it would be. Again, it's still very curious as to like what the format of that game is. You know, is it still like you're looking at a world map and you're looking at a lot of menus with circles? Like,
I like the Destiny menus, man.
I like the UI, but I don't like navigating to the levels, right? I think you could have like bigger areas that are more cohesive and, you know, obviously more of Earth than just fucking Russia. But, you know, I'm very like, if that game is still set to come out before the end of this year, what a year. Because that's a lot of time that Tony and I are going to lose.
Yeah.
And, you know, as like a more recent, you know, not a day one diehard Destiny fan, but a more recent Destiny fan, like, I've liked a lot of what they've done with that game. So,
in terms of content, what are like must-haves at launch for you? Would you say, like, does it have to have a raid at launch? Does it have to have ample strikes?
I would say
story.
I like the story is the big thing. Like a story that is enjoyable to play through, either by yourself or with friends. I think it's okay if it doesn't have a raid at launch, but a raid that comes within those first couple of weeks, because, like, to balance everything, I can understand like not having that in there right from day one.
Right.
I guess they do love making like an event of the raid and like who's going to be the first team to get it.
Well, that's the thing about it. It's you release the raid day one. What happens is the people who are going to rush to the raid and complete it are going to do that, and they're not going to look back.
Yeah.
So every time you go through the next wave of people, it becomes increasingly top heavy,
Yeah.
and they start burning out quicker than they would to help the other people along the side.
Yeah. So like you don't want
So
something that
by the
people
time
rush to get
by
to.
the time people who are playing it as a side game get to the raid a month and a half later, they have an increasingly difficult a harder time getting a group for that raid.
Yeah.
So if you hold it off for the first month and then you have a bunch of people waiting for the raid to come out, then you've got a bunch of groups going through it at the same time.
Makes it more of a party.
Yeah, it makes it easier for most people to get through that raid.
Yeah.
So I guess then would it be like at launch they have to at least have like a schedule for like, and the raid's going to drop on this date?
That would be
nebulous.
yeah.
Yeah. Like I would say
a roadmap when it launches is good.
Yeah. It's something like in game that tells you when the stuff is coming.
Right. And I would say drop the PvP stuff first.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't quite suffer from the same problems.
Yeah. Because most of that's like not level based anyway. I would say like for me, like a better way to get around that experience, something that's like thick and chunky that you want to spend time going through instead of like rushing. Like the big thing with Taken King and Rise of Iron, those expansions, like the raid wasn't out immediately with either of those, but like I feel like everyone rushed through all of that content, and people are still going to do that with this. But like Scott said, like there's less incentive to do that if the raid isn't available from the beginning. It's like, okay, well, I just have to hit max level before that, so I have a lot of time to do that. So, like,
but yeah, I mean, I remember because I was one of the day one Destineers, and I remember like people rushing to get to level 20 that first day, not realizing that it's because there's nothing else to do in this game for a few weeks.
Yeah. Post game content that is not like group dependent would be good.
Yeah.
To expand more of what I'm talking about in case it didn't quite make sense, it's what ends up happening in an MMO is that as content releases, the game splits up into tiers of where people are at. And the people in one tier do not like playing with people of lower tiers than they are because they view them as a burden.
Yeah.
Unless they're
See
close
how Scott
friends.
and Tony feel about me.
Of course, unless they're close friends.
Yeah. So
Or you have
nice.
those
So
like
this
very
is
few
the
people
part
who
that
are
makes finding
who are
groups
willing
harder.
to shepherd other
Yeah.
people.
Exactly.
Right.
Sherpa-ing me.
Like, for example, when the Legion patch hit, people were starting the Mythic Plus dungeons before they were qualified for LFR.
Yeah.
When the actual raid came out and they were able to go ahead and push past those limits, you couldn't get into the first tier of a Mythic Plus dungeon until you had the full gear of an LFR raid, which was, I guess, 835. People were starting Mythic Pluses at 825 when they were starting. And as this goes up, I think right now it's kind of evened out because of how far we've gone until there. But right now, if you want to start art to get into a group, you need to be around 850 or so. Or you have to sign up for a carry run.
Yeah, or like imagine
those are your two options.
Imagine playing Destiny right now. It's just like finding like, hey, I want to play through all the content of Destiny right now from level 1 vanilla Destiny to the end of Rise of Iron, like gear level 400. Like, hey, how do I do this? It's like, well, you have to find people that are willing to either start a new character with you or just carry you through, and it's like. That takes a lot of the fun out of the game.
Right. And the time gating these points along the way, like for the cycle of the game, is a way to kind of chunk those tiers into smaller groups.
Yeah.
even though they'll still exist.
Yeah, like you'll know you have this amount of time to hit max level or whatever before this comes out. I think like also content wise, like I hope that game comes bundled in with like 2 or 3 raids that will unlock as time goes on, so that isn't hidden behind more paywalls. Because like Vanilla Destiny just had 1 raid that came with it, right?
Yeah.
And then by the end of it, it had 4 raids total. 1 that people totally disregard, and the other 3 are great, but for me, got progressively better. I would love it if like it's like, okay, first 4 weeks is Destiny 2, and then Raid 1 comes out, and then a month later Raid 2 comes out, and a month later Raid 3 comes out, and then a month later Expansion 1 comes out. And maybe that has a new raid or just has enough new stuff in it that is good and makes you want to play it. So I think that's a big part of it. Pacing.
Yeah, that's because as somebody who fell off pretty early on, but like kept an eye on the series for a long time, it was very much like a new thing hit, everybody swarmed to it, and then a week later, nobody was talking about it anymore.
Yeah. Tony, what about you?
For another few months.
Anything that you want Destiny 2 to do for you?
Better and more raids, or
Yeah.
not necessarily better, but like more
Equal in quality.
varied raids, because a lot of the raids follow the same basic framework.
Mm-hmm.
Do a puzzle section, fight a boss, do a puzzle section, fight a boss, etc., etc. I would like to see them get even more creative with that format,
Yeah, like
because that's what I play Destiny
trash in
for.
the raids, right?
Well, no, there's trash. It's just a little bit different. I would also like to see larger raids.
Like just a bigger scale.
Like there are 3 people strikes, 6-person raids, 9 or 12-person raids would be awesome.
Yeah.
Oof.
That kind of stuff.
Like, I feel like they would balk at that.
Maybe. I mean, like,
like if you just thinking about the number of people who experience even a 6-person raid compared to like the whole like player base of that game, it's got to be like exponentially smaller. And so as you pull that up to say, okay, how many people can get 11 other people together for a raid? Like, is it worth the time and investment that the team has to put into creating something like that?
Sure.
They have to make the raid worth it. That's the thing.
yeah.
Then again, like
I would say 8
there's
people would
already
be
a
good.
thriving like public game community for Destiny. Whenever there's new content, like it's never difficult for me to find 5 people who want to raid. When Destiny is kind of in its full swing, and a raid has come out in the past month or whatever, the DestinyLFG.net or whatever, like you go there and you can get a group real quick.
Yeah. When something new comes out, absolutely. But like right now, like we were talking
Sure.
earlier,
I mean,
it's like,
now
how hard is it to find with Arcan, whatever the vanilla
Archeon?
Destiny raid is, like
Well,
how
Volta
easy
Glass.
that's fair, but then again, like what it's not necessarily super relevant for someone to go and do that raid now, like
Right.
unless they want to just experience it, right? So that would be more difficult. But like if that's the same as like where like if say we're comparing it to WoW, right? Like where are you ever going to find 30 people who want to do Molten Core? The answer is you're never going to find 30 people that want to do Molten
Right.
Core.
You go in there, you take it down by yourself. Like,
Or like-
you hit the level of where they are at in Molten Core.
I think that's
Then-
true of like any multiplayer game.
Then
like,
you outlevel it by 1 level, and then you go in and you take it down by yourself.
like who wants to play? Hey, I need to get multiplayer trophies in Batman Arkham Origins multiplayer. Like, it's true of like any multiplayer game.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's
that was
not
a more
going to be
extreme
too
example.
difficult. Yeah, I can't imagine it'll be too difficult to go ahead and do a raid that's relevant.
Yeah, I would say like 8 people would be a good sweet spot for a raid. But I feel like if they did like 12 people, that would be like two groups of 6 that just so happen to be cooperating with each other, and that would be cool. But again, that would be a difficult thing to put together. It needs to be
Yeah.
matchmaking for Rage. That
I don't
has to be
like
in
one of
Destiny
their
2.
like kind of like wish list thing for Destiny is like kind of what you touched on before as far as like the navigator and how you go into missions and other worlds and stuff like that. Like if things were more connected, like where like for example, like in Destiny right now, when you do a mission, some of them start in a public space, but then you kind of phase off into your own mission when you get to the darkness zone. it'd be cool if like the space between doing those missions, there was a way for that to be more in game than you staring at this ship in space or forever, you know?
Yeah, like
So-
why can't it be like World of Warcraft where you like walk over there and you
That'd be
by
cool,
entering this
like
area you start this mission and maybe
more
instances
fleshed
off.
out. More fleshed out social spaces would be awesome. Like more reason to go to social spaces would be great. Other than like I need somewhere to go and stare at my character's butt
Yeah, like sure.
forever.
But maybe like if you're on Earth, right?
Oh, I missed the tower.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you're on Earth, you should be able to walk from whatever social space to any of the missions that take.
Yeah,
take
like
place
there are two other social spaces in Destiny that aren't the tower, but no one really ever goes there unless they have to, and you only go to the tower because it's like the default place to go.
Yeah.
That's where your postman is. That's where the crypto, you know, like everything is there. So that's the only reason why you're drawn to those spaces. So it'd be nice if they made them more useful. Or just, you know, made it easier to let, or not even just like integrated it more into the world, so you're not like 2 loading screens away from it at any given point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
There's a lot to hope for that game, but I feel like they clearly learned a lot throughout the course of Destiny 1. So I'm just excited to see how they apply that because Bungie is a very good studio. They make good video games. So, yeah. Destiny 2, 2017, still happening. South Park, Fractured Butthole.
Fractured anus.
That news made me sad.
The
That's
fractured
why.
butt.
That's why it was one of the stories I put in there. I was like, because it was my most anticipated game for this year outside of Persona from our IP. That this game has been delayed into a nebulous next fiscal year between
Fiscal
April and March.
2017, yeah.
I was like, oh, sad face. But it also didn't surprise me. They showed so little off before like the initial delay, and they haven't shown anything since that delay.
Yeah,
So I was
that's
like,
the
yeah,
same
this is
thing,
probably still a little ways away.
Yeah.
Not to
E3.
mention, they released, I want to say, 2 seasons of South Park since they started working on the game, and the last game was essentially a season of South Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So putting together another game is putting together another season of South Park, and then not releasing it, but taking it to a game developer to have them turn it into a game.
Yeah, and it's funny because like when they announced this one, they were like, "Hey, we like only just got good at making this game by the end of making the last one," and it felt like a thing where they were really like, "Hey, we're just gonna make this, put it out, and get it done." And now it's like in that same place that the first one was, where it's just gotten delayed and delayed and delayed again.
Yeah.
With those games. So,
It's everything's got to be done right.
yeah,
Else
I
it's
mean,
gotta
like
be- else it's going to be real bad.
I'm not worried at all about the
Add more
quality of
Donald
the
Trump
game.
jokes.
Yeah, you got your butthole jokes and your Trump jokes in there, or else it's not gonna be as good. But like, I'm not at all worried about the quality of the game. Like, I'm sure when it comes out, it will be as good, at least, as that first one. It's a bummer that this is kind of like the trap that game has fallen into again.
Yeah, it got dated too early.
Yeah. But yeah, I like it'll probably come out in, I would say, within this window. I expect it to, but we'll see.
That big wide window.
A big
I mean, it
1 year
seems-
whole window.
It seems like if they don't get it out by like September, I think they'll make it an early 2018 game.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not going to try and throw it in the onslaught of fall. That would be stupid.
Yeah.
Although I think that's what they did with the first one anyway, and it still kind of like rose
I
to
thought that was a summer
the top
game.
for its. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, it's a game I'm certainly looking forward to. And I haven't realistically anticipated it hitting in like March or whatever its release date was. Since they delayed it, I was like, yeah, we haven't seen anything new on that game. If they let me play it at like a PAX East again, awesome. I'll gladly jump in that demo, but I'm not anticipating seeing it anytime soon.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's a Castlevania Netflix show,
The third story I put in there. How
which is a sentence I never thought I'd have to say.
Yeah, I've already predicted this is going to win your guys' Netflix and Chill Award this year.
We can only hope.
Yeah.
It would qualify for sure. So, yeah, it's a Netflix series. I guess this is real. This is official. This is happening. It's called Castlevania Season 1. It is apparently going to be rated R as fuck. It's an animated show, it sounds like. An
Based
animated
off
series.
of based off of Castlevania 3, right? And that what I think I saw
Yes.
read.
Inspired
And I
by
was
the
like,
classic video games.
Sweet, Trevor Belmont. That's the right character to go off of. By name
Bias.
alone. By name alone, they are picking the right guy.
Yeah, it's being done by Frederator Studios, which I believe they've done Adventure Time. The producer done Adventure Time. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds cool. It's an animated series. There's a history of great art in that franchise. I'd love it if they leaned into it. The comparison was made to like Game of Thrones as far as level of violence, which is kind of cool. But
Just like that Zelda Netflix series that came out last year, right?
yeah, exactly. Although that was never
Yeah.
like official.
I know.
This seems
Yeah.
like real.
Yeah, in this the guy that did the gritty Power Rangers reboot,
Mhm.
or like the gritty Power Rangers like video a couple years
Yeah, like fan
Yo.
video. Yeah.
fan video, yeah, before like the Power Rangers movie got announced or whatever.
Yeah,
I feel
that's
like it's
pretty
the same
rude now.
guy, and I'm pretty sure he's the one out there saying, yeah, this is gonna be rated R as fuck.
Yep. Correct. So yeah, I mean, at least curious. It's happening this year.
Yeah.
So I have like no idea what to expect from that. So
It's probably going to be rated R as fuck.
yeah, continues Konami's trends of never making video games again.
At least we're getting a Netflix series instead of a pachinko machine that will never come over here.
Yeah, or Bomberman game. I mean, the Bomberman game at least it's a thing.
Or Bomber Girl.
Bomber Girl. Oh boy. That's in our IPQ question.
Oh, I know. I know.
Yeah. Fallout 4 has surpassed Elder Scrolls 5 as far as quote unquote Bethesda's most successful game. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's sold more or if it's
Yeah.
just made more.
If you click the link, he's saying like at the I believe Pete Hines said like around the time as I could this time for Fallout 4 as far as years wise, I could sell more.
Yes.
Or than Skyrim. Yes.
Yeah, he said I'm comparing them over the same period of time. So in the first, what's it been? 2 years?
Year and a half.
Year and a half? Jesus Christ. And in the year and a half that Fallout 4 has been out, it has sold more than Skyrim did in its first year and a half. I guess making it the fastest selling game in that studio's history. So Skyrim was released November 2011, and as of 2014, has sold more than 20 million units. Fallout 4, which obviously released November 2015, has sold 12 million copies.
I feel like the tail on Fallout 4 is not going to be as hot as the Skyrim one was, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It probably is.
Yeah.
It was just fantastic marketing. Fantastic marketing is like, hey, it's here, it's out right now. Everybody wants it right now, so bam. That's what
Yeah, they announced it. It's out in 5 months. Go get it when it's out.
And yeah, I stand by it. Like knowing where they've gone, where Bethesda has gone, kind of since Fallout. It seems like it was even before Doom. It was like hey, we're gonna get this in as many people's hands as we can before people start realizing that it's not the big leap forward that everybody wants it to be.
Mhm.
It was like we're gonna sell as much as we can on the hype of Fallout and the name of Fallout, and yeah, that short like preview window, and then like a few weeks later, people are gonna be like, yeah, it's just not grabbing me like Fallout 3 did or Fallout New Vegas is. But by then, who cares, because everybody's already bought the game.
Yeah, like me.
Yeah,
It's-
I did the same thing.
Paid $50 for that game, and
You can't look at the person who did not.
yeah, and was
Because like funny story is I did not grab Dishonored 2 day one either.
yeah.
Yeah, I waited until that game was fixed.
Yeah, you made the right call for sure. I'm glad that
Yeah.
they fixed that game too,
Yep.
above all else.
As it turns out, Dishonored 2 is real good when it's fixed.
Yeah, I agree. Even though
Maybe
it's not
someday
perfect for me.
we'll see that Fallout 4 is as well.
Yeah.
Ow.
In a perfect world.
Trevor Trove, Game of the Year 2015.
There you go.
Despite-
Yeah, I just, that game didn't end up grabbing me, or Tony for that matter.
Yeah.
Both of us being huge
Even
Fallout 3
Tony,
fans.
My God.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I don't know. That kind of bums me out that game is. Again, maybe it won't end up selling as much as Skyrim. I generally think Skyrim is a better game than
Oh yeah,
Fallout 4.
especially with the Skyrim re-release that we got last year. Like Skyrim will easily net out with more than because Skyrim.
Oh,
was
and
a
it's
much-
coming to Nintendo Switch this year, please.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's going to sell another handful of million copies, or like 10.
Or 10,
whatever.
one of the other. It could
Somewhere in
literally
that
go one way or the other. Nowhere in the middle, though.
Here, enjoy the 5-year-old version of Skyrim, but now handheld.
Is it
Okay,
wrong
cool.
that I kind of want to get that game on Switch?
I mean, yes.
yeah,
it is.
yeah, it is.
Okay.
But I mean, the selling point of that, like going back to what I said at the beginning, the fact that you can have Skyrim in a PAX line, that's pretty cool. That is a very cool
True.
system, worthwhile.
But, like,
I just don't play enough handheld. I'm not on any kind of commute or anything. It's not something I'm going to just sit at home when I've got a 60-inch screen in front of me that I'm going to sit there and look at a 7-inch screen and say, this is the experience I want, when I could put it up there instead.
Also, in a perfect world, there'd be 10 more interesting recently released games on that platform that you'd want to
Yes.
play over Skyrim, a game that came
Yeah.
out in 2011.
Yeah.
But, who knows?
I mean, like, at least Arkham Knight. Good.
Yeah,
Like,
Arkham Knight.
the Wii U gave us Arkham City a few years late. This is giving us Skyrim a few years late. Yeah.
I don't know. It's
But yeah, I think Skyrim was leaps and bounds ahead of
Oblivion.
what Oblivion was,
Mhm.
and Fallout just didn't make that same kind of jump. So I think it nets out probably maybe a couple million more than where it is now, and
I mean,
that's all it's gonna get.
It's a weird case with Fallout because, like, Fallout 2 to Fallout 3 was that jump, and that's like dramatically different
Yeah.
between those two games. And then, like, as soon as New Vegas came out, the iron was still hot for Fallout 3, so like that was fine. So like when you do Fallout 4, it's just like, it's like what else can you expect?
Yeah, and it's like a lot of people love New Vegas way more than Fallout 3, all of whom I think are crazy because I played New Vegas for about 15 hours and I was like,
I mean, I appreciate
this
it
is
because
brown.
it's literally closer to home for me.
yeah, it's like so much desert and like again, the opposite is true of Fallout 3 for me.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, Capital Wasteland and like Point Lookout, Maryland and stuff.
But
like,
even that, like, it being set in the capital, there are still like a million touchstones that I have for it, just knowing enough about American history to know basically downtown DC area that does not translate going west to the Vegas area and like Hoover Dam, Grand Canyon area.
Yeah.
That doesn't resonate.
I mean, yeah, I was done with New Vegas. I didn't even really play any of Fallout 3's DLC. I played Broken Steel, the first one, and that was it. Like, I didn't even finish Point Lookout, even though I thought it was great. I didn't play Mothership Zeta or what was the other big one? The Pit. I didn't play any of that. Started all of them, totally just burnt out on them immediately because I played so much Fallout 3. So
I bought a second copy of Fallout 3 because it was cheaper for me to get the Game of the Year edition that had all of the DLC included than it was for me to buy the DLC individually.
Yeah, don't you hate that?
Because this is the thing that's going to suck about the all digital revolution. Prices don't drop digitally.
yeah,
They only go on sale occasionally. Like Grand Theft Auto 5 is still $60 on PSN or Xbox Live right now.
Yep.
So when I finally got around to going online for Fallout 3 and wanted to get like the extra bits of the story, every DLC pack was $10, and I was like, or I can just go buy the Game of the Year edition for $20. So I'm just gonna do that.
Yeah. This is fucked up, but I bought Fallout 3 on PlayStation 3 because that was my primary gaming platform at the time.
Yep.
I ended up trading that in to get the 360 version so that I could play the DLC.
That's
'Cause
fair.
It came first to 360, and then of course a
nice,
month
yeah.
later it was announced for PS3, and I was like, "Fuck."
You like given Bethesda's track record on PlayStation 3 and just how shittily it ran those games, you were way better off. Like I played through them all on PS3, and by the end of Broken Steel, like it was running at like 2 frames a second. So I was like, well, I'm gonna just chug along and try and beat this game, and then never load this save ever again.
Yep. So yeah, I had to play. Maybe that's the big thing about with me and Fallout is like the fact that I just replayed through that whole game again on 360, from the beginning to end.
I'd replayed. I replayed Fallout 3. Like when Fallout 4 got announced, I replayed it. Because that was when I was like spending most of my time at Kat's house, and so like I had taken my PS3 over there and was just playing through that when like because I would wake up earlier than she would, and so I'd just sit there and play for a couple hours in the mornings and just kind of work my way through that game in anticipation for Fallout 4. Finally got the platinum for it because I hadn't done like the neutral or like evil runs of that game, but I'd gotten like everything else in it, so I was like, I'm just gonna go back and do that and really enjoy some Fallout 3.
Yeah. That's Fallout. Bethesda. Man, I wonder what Elder Scrolls 6 is gonna be. What an interesting thing that will end up being, I bet.
Yeah.
In other news, Final Fantasy 15 apparently broke even on day one as far as development costs. I don't know what context this came up in.
I gotta imagine that's only looking at like since they relaunched
Yeah, again,
it.
Final Fantasy 15.
15. Final Fantasy 13 Versus. Never. It lost millions and millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, but like also like that game was only, as we've talked about on the show, that game was probably only in development for really like 3.5 years.
Yeah, you say that, but people were still working on it.
Yeah, like in full
not a full team, but there were salaries that were devoted to Final Fantasy Versus 13.
Yeah. So like, if they were talking about that, then yeah, I'm not surprised. But apparently,
game sold really well. I mean, like I was looking at because I'm super nerdy with like the numbers and stuff, and the fact that it charted as like the 10th best selling game for 2016.
Yeah.
With only a month on there, absolutely significant. The fact that in that month, Call of Duty Infinite Warfare still beat it means that like 1 month of Call of Duty sales would have been enough to put it on like the top 10 chart as well, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that game it sold 5 million on its first day. As of January, it sold 6 million. And that was at some point early in January. I don't know where it's at now. It doesn't look like there's any word of that in this. But yeah, that game sold well. Apparently the 10 million was the studio's personal goal for it, but I'm glad the game did well, at least for Square Enix.
It'll get there.
Yeah,
I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Lifetime, it'll get there.
Especially like you have the DLC coming out throughout this year and an inevitable Game of the Year edition.
Yeah,
that'll come out with everything bundled in. So.
With here's all of the rest of the story that you wanted so much.
March 28th. Strap in.
Nope.
Oh, my straps have been removed. Thank you.
I got the platinum. I don't need to go back and figure out what happened to Gladio for that chapter where he disappeared or.
He got the scar on his forehead, man.
Yeah, oh no. Something tragic that they just didn't keep in the damn game and decided to package separately. Nope, I'm good. I'll watch a YouTube video. I'll listen to you guys talk about it.
Listen to Nobishin talk about it.
Yeah, I'll play it.
Yeah,
I bought that season pass.
Yeah.
Did you go back for the Chocobo Carnival thing?
I did for like
we talked about it last week, I think.
And I was like, nah.
It was weird.
No.
It looks weird.
Is that entirely tied to like the Monster Arena thing in Alticia? The completely optional side questy thing that you will never find unless you actually explore Alticia?
I didn't explore that for a second. Like as soon as I got past that part on the boat, I was like, we're mainlining this shit. Like let's do this. Let me see this end of this damn game, and that was probably a mistake.
Probably. In other sales news, Resident Evil 7 up to 3 million copies sold worldwide, or shipped worldwide, I should say. Which is above the 2.5 it hit in its launch week. Kind of closing in on Resident Evil 5, which shipped 4 million in its launch week, within its first week, I should say. So that game is continuing to sell well. There was talk of like Capcom shares falling and everything. I think that game has a good tail to it. I feel like as that game in this industry trend of like games are selling better as time goes on versus selling everything up front in their first week, that game will sell well throughout as time goes on. So, plus there's DLC and stuff coming. They've already put out one DLC pack. They've got free DLC coming in the spring and all that stuff. So, I like that game a lot. I hope they make another one that is closer to that game. But I think that's it for news. That's all the important stuff. Let's gyrate over to the mail sack.
I'm not gonna touch that one.
That's fair. Let's see what tweets we got.
All right, maybe I'll poke it.
Poke it a little bit. Where's this tweet from? George Cruz. George Cruz tweeted us asking why people say one girl is prettier than other girl, and this is of course in reference to Bomberman versus Bomber Girl. And I'm just gonna like throw that out there that he tweeted at us. I don't know if there's a response is merited, but you should go look up that tweet and find that image because it's worth your time. Not really, not at all, but it's I found it. I appreciate George for everything he does.
Don't have music, Alex?
What's up?
The music?
We don't. I do music. We got emails. We don't have any emails this week. I'm just responding. Trevor, you got Chipotle. I'm just going through the IrrationalPod tweets at this point. You got Chipotle in honor of possibly coming on Saturday, but
I was gonna say I didn't tag that with IPQ.
A lot of people fail to tag with IPQ, so I have to go through the mentions as well. So.
That's fair. I run into that with Trove Topics too.
Yeah.
Like nobody uses Trove Topics; they just respond to my tweet, and I'm fine with that. I've become accustomed to it.
Joey Noel wanted to know if I will drink the other 2 bottles of wine. No. Hard answer.
Not tonight.
Yeah, not tonight.
Right now.
But I've had
Chug it.
I've had a quarter bottle of rum and coke in honor.
You're feeling lit. Frank
It is
Bizzani.
irrational passions, my dudes.
Frank Bizzani wants to know at Irrelevant Jokes how does Trevor feel about Danny joining Irrational Pod? # fuck Danny. There are great tweets going on in relation to this as well. So
yeah, so I was much more positive to it prior to Danny's follow-up tweets about why I'm basically a shitbird who does not deserve
the greatness
Final
of
Fantasy 15. But no, I think Danny is a worthy addition to the team, and I'm excited to see what he brings. I think it's been a long time coming, and I'm excited to see what he brings to Irrational Passions West or the Weed M Boys cast or whatever y'all end up naming. I look forward to getting more of him because he is legitimately a joy for as much shit as everybody gives him. It's
Kill
a
him with
pleasure
kindness.
getting his perspective on things,
yeah, it's gonna be weird.
even if they are shitty about Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah. Danny followed up by saying, why is Trevor the worst and doesn't deserve the greatness of Final Fantasy 15? For context, he did use the hashtag IPQ.
He did.
Middle fingers were then exchanged. On
Yes. I sent a middle finger because I had already planned on saying all these nice things about Danny, and then he just shits on me preemptively. So thanks, Danny. Thanks for that. I look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks.
Don't worry, I'm gonna put him to work at PAX.
Just remember, you're going to PAX East, not PAX South. I don't know how many times I have to correct you on that. It's been 2 so far.
Harsh.
But no, my gripes with Final Fantasy 15 are entirely in like moments that are clearly cut out of that game. The gameplay of it, for the most part, is really fun and really enjoyable, and then you hit a wall that I don't understand how anybody finds fun. I know that you do. I just don't know how your mind works when you get to chapter 13 and say, this is a good time. But that's video games, and I'm glad you enjoy them, even if I did not.
There you go, Danny.
I'm sorry you don't feel I'm worthy of the greatness of chapter 13. Oh no, whatever will I do with my life?
Danny did follow up real quick saying, "Hey, I love you." Heart emoji. Can't wait to see you. On Twitter. Cameron Abbott says, "When are Trevor and I going to Vegas?"
I'm planning. If you are able, Cam, I'm gonna try and maybe do a road trip up into 2 weekends. I'm going to LA next weekend to go hang out with some friends and go to Harry Potter World, make some people jealous over President's Day weekend.
Make specifically Alex jealous.
Specifically Alex, yeah, and maybe Alyssa and Barrett, if they are watching as well, and can't make the trip down from San Francisco. But yeah, a couple of us been talking about it for a while, and I was just at Costco, and they had like, hey, buy an annual pass for like cheap, and I was like, yeah, I want to do this, and so I like texted Joey Noel and Lauren. And we're talking to Ben as well about just going and having a nice like Sunday, maybe Monday trip to Harry Potter World over next weekend, and then so the following weekend I'm gonna hopefully take a drive up to Vegas and come see them boys and the newly transplanted Fred Sullivan out in Vegas.
Yeah,
since it's another like 5-6 hour drive for me. It's nice living on the west side of the world.
we get it.
Isn't it nice, Tony?
It's pretty nice.
Thanks, Tony, for that resounding endorsement. That's it. That's all I got. Remember, you can always tweet your questions at IrrationalPod with the hashtag IPQ. You can email us, mailsack@irrationalpassions.com.
I'm pretty sure, by the way, that this is 3 appearances in a row that Silver PR has not done anything when I come on this show.
He's
so
a second child.
I'm
okay?
fairly certain he just hates me, and I don't know how to feel about that.
He's having a second child. Let him do his thing.
Yeah, because he doesn't.
2 is coming out. I feel like that's gotta like overwhelm his caring about a freaking child.
I mean, heaven forbid.
I need to know his hot takes on the fighting scene.
Exactly. It's true. Andy, leave us a voicemail at 404-590-1337. Standard. It's like Zyger, wherever he is, buying me pizzas. Standard long distance fees do apply.
But you're wrong.
But you're not wrong. You can follow each of us on Twitter. I am at Alfighter27. Scott is at WUTTEHCHUZ. What a chuz. Nabishin is at NABESHIN186. Tony's at Tony Horvath. All one word. Trevor, you are at Snarky Starkey.
Correct.
You can follow the site on Twitter at IrrationalPod to find out when we go live and when dumb shit goes up on our YouTube channel and website. Not always dumb shit, just sometimes dumb shit. Some other stuff, rate and review us on iTunes and Stitcher. Check out the VGEO podcast network that we were part of. Check out Monthly Passions podcast, Irrational Pod West, IP Westcast, whatever it's going to be called, coming soon. Twitch.tv/Irrational Passions. I've been trying to stream there a little bit more. And YouTube.com/Irrational Passions. If you missed those streams, the archive goes up there as well as some other silly stuff. I did a Resident Evil Let's Play. That's pretty fun. You should check that out. And tell your friends about the show. Word of mouth's the best way to spread the love. And for everything else, Irrational Passions, it's irrationalpassions.com. One more time, Trevor, where can people find you on the internet?
Find me on Twitter at Snarky Starkey. You can find what I've been working on and writing over at trevortrove.com. And you can find Trove Talk, my podcast, at Trove Talk on Twitter. That's the easiest way to keep abreast of what's going on there, because I would direct you to the YouTube, but it's like connected to my 10-year-old YouTube account. So youtube.com/ASU Sparks, I guess. If you,
Damn.
If you want to see some young Trev.
Days. No, there's like nothing on there. That's just like when it was like, hey, you need a YouTube account. Back before I was posting videos or anything, I was
Look,
like,
man,
okay, that's the nickname I'm going by right now in college. So that's what I went with. And I got stuck with that before I decided to start rebranding. And I haven't gotten enough subscribers yet to actually rename it Snarky Starkey.
fair.
So like and subscribe to my YouTube channel. And maybe I can actually make
Click
it
that little notification bell.
youtube.com/Snarky Starkey.
Cool. Obviously, Trevor, friend of the show, colleague.
Always a pleasure coming on. Thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely. You're always welcome. But now it's time for bets. This is Trevor's first bet. This is exciting times.
This is, yeah. Remind me who the teams are.
So Team Flaught, it's myself and Scott. And Team BBC be Tony and Scott.
The blueberry cart.
And Tony and Nabashin are kicking your guys' ass. So I'm going to go ahead and hop on Team Flot because I'm a fan of the underdogs.
Yeah, the underdog story. It may
Today I learned Trevor Starkey hates me.
Yeah, that's what it is. This week's
It was tough though because I love Nabashin so much.
Yeah,
But,
right?
my hatred is Tony.
His hatred's just overpowering.
This week's bet, I didn't have a lot of time to think of it because I was doing Sunday chats up until just when I set this
I'm
up.
glad I get the short shrift when I come on the show, Alex. Thanks.
It's still a good bet.
I've
think.
got a good bet.
Okay, what's your bet? It's probably better
So
than mine.
in the game, Fire Emblem Heroes.
Yeah.
How many times will Tony have to spend 5 gems on pulling a hero until he gets his 4th, 5th star?
This is
This is a bad idea.
yeah.
This is just a bad idea.
It's dependent on you.
No, it's not, because it's all about how much luck you have. It's 3% chance.
But whatever you report back is all dependent on you lying.
Yeah, you're just gonna lie.
Like a shitbag.
You guys would have to assume that I wouldn't lie.
Well, no. You see, here's
You're
the thing.
asking a
I
lot.
can go ahead and I can
This
trust
from the
him
guy-
to tell the truth. I can trust him to tell the truth because I know he will.
Yeah, but you'll
the
spend
issue
like
I have here is him
$400.
spending the money on the gems.
Yeah.
Look, man, for the sake of bets, I would do anything.
I'm
Let's
pretty
go
sure
with,
you
let's
kind of
go
just
with whatever
want
shitty little thing Alex came up with. Let's just do that.
So my bet is a traditional kind of nothing we have any factor in. For Honor comes out on Tuesday. 2 days from now. I want you to bet on what the lowest Metacritic score will be. The worst review of For Honor is between 1 and 100. Those are your numbers to choose from.
Okay.
And you can type that in the chat, and we will all hit enter together, holding hands into the night.
I'm not too like adept on what Metacritic actually does. I'm looking at a sample of the ranges that they've got just so I can make some kind of informed guess.
So it's not the total score. It is like of all
Right,
the
right.
reviews.
You're
Essentially,
saying
what
of
is
the
the worst review?
And you're saying specifically of the critic reviews or the user reviews included?
Critic reviews, user reviews never included.
Good call.
So just the Metacritic approved critic reviews.
Okay.
And this is for Honor, Ubisoft's wonderful title released
I'm ready.
on Tuesday.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead and hit send.
Oh, I guess.
No, you did good, Scott. You're good.
Yeah, I just.
That
It was
way
just blended in.
It's not grouped with your. Yeah, okay, you're fine. So we got a swath here. I said 61. Tony said 48. Trevor said 55. Nabishin said 50. Scott said 50. Ooh.
So are we good with saying 50 and lower, we win. 51 and higher, you guys win?
Well, if it's 50, we both get points.
All right, that's fair.
So, 49, I guess we would both get points.
49 and lower, you guys would get it.
Yeah.
And instead of defaulting to it's the midway between, no, you guys just get it.
Yeah, you have both ends of it, so it would make more
All
sense.
right, hoping for that 49.
That would be
At the same time, that 51 and up though.
Yeah, it's true.
Come on.
I have the high end secured. I'm
You
optimistic.
did say the lowest, not the low average, so.
Yeah, the absolute lowest score. True. Yeah, Trevor said 55. I think I read everybody's already. Last week's bet I'm excited about, though. See how this kind of panned out.
I really hope Danny, like whatever Danny guessed on, won, just so you can try and figure out what the hell that actually meant. After all of Scott's like convoluted what the fuckery.
It was beautiful.
Oh yeah, I don't remember what. I made a graph and sent it.
Oh, that graph was wrong, by the way.
Was it really?
Yeah,
Of course it was.
You have it backwards.
I have it written down what it would need to be. So last week's bet. Neo releases on Tuesday, February 7th on Amazon.com. What will be the customer review score?
Oh yeah, I did this one.
Yeah, this is an options bet, which is a 50.5-star scale, so essentially between 0.1 and 5.0.
So I appreciate that your Metacritic take is like fuck the user reviews, but then you go to Amazon, you go to Google Play, you go to iTunes.
We have a whole.
Well, I mean,
It depends on what you ask
whole
for.
plethora.
Because if you go ahead to the Metacritic score and then say ask for the lowest review, period, everyone's just going to type in 0, and we're all going to get points.
yeah, it's true. So I bet 4.7, Tony bet 4.7, Nabishin bet 4.4, Scott bet 4.2. Danny said 3.9, which and I think we flipped a coin. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant because the actual number is 4.2, meaning Scott was right on the fucking money.
Hey,
Hey.
Scott.
Which is impressive. That's based on 88 customer reviews, which means Scott earns, of course, Danny's love and affection for the next
Wait,
week.
I need to know.
Yeah,
Did anyone on this podcast submit an Amazon review?
I did not.
Because then this whole bet is fucked.
I did not buy it on Amazon. I did not.
I
submit
haven't
it
been to Amazon since I picked
since
up.
2006.
Actually, that's not true. I did have to go ahead and I had to change out some stuff on my headphones because the pads and stuff were kind of falling apart, getting a little gross. But that was beginning of the summer, so still, or end of the summer.
So there you go. That brings Team Flot's score up to 8. Woo! And Team BBC's score to 12. Still.
Oh fuck.
Oh, fuck indeed.
So with any luck, I'll get you guys up to 9 next week.
Oh yeah, and this week your name is Boney Baby's Communion.
No, it was. I already said it was blueberry carton.
That could be Scott's final word, and that could be.
I think I have a better final word.
Okay. Real quick. We'll do the final word now. What's your final word, Scott? One last thing you want to reiterate or disagree with, and no one can argue with you because you've earned this, I guess.
So here you go. Hey Danny, are you ready for this one?
Here we go. He's out there listening, bated breath.
All right. Trevor's the new co-host for a IP West.
Danny's love and affection earned by Scott.
I'm
lost
pretty
by
sure
Scott.
Harold requested no new announcements because he had work or something tonight.
Yeah, that's true.
So I wouldn't want to spring that on.
That is Danny Warren's input. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Nabishin, as always, for joining me. Thank you, Trevor. I hope you had a good time tonight.
Absolutely.
Even though it was a fucking 24-year-long fucking podcast. God,
Titles.
we're not there yet, Tony.
Titles.
The titles ghost is here. Thank you, Danny Wiesner, for opening music
Fuck
of two.
you.
There's Danny. Different Danny.
You heard the Scott part.
Thank you, Danny Wiesner, for our opening music of Two-Player Co-op and our closing music of The World is Saved. And go check his stuff out, dannywiesner.bandcamp.com. I listened to Two-Player Co-op this week, and I was like, man, this song's real good. There are parts of that song that people never hear if they just have heard the opening in this show. So go check that song out. Thank you, everyone, for watching, listening, and hanging out for the streams and everything this week. Love you all so much. We're going to be at PAX East. If you're going to be at PAX East, let us know. We'll hang out. We'll say hi. We'll hug. It'll be a good time. Trevor will be there as well.
Absolutely.
That is all I've got. So once more, thank you all so much for listening. I have been your host, Alex O'Neill. Play your games. Stay irrational. We will talk to you all next week.
Titles.
The titles ghost demands it.
All right, so we've got Trevor the Hedgehog. Everybody
Nailed it.
needs a Mexican anime pillow. Oh, I remember Foursquare. I duel for my friends. I went to the grocery store to pick up these items: milk, eggs, and whatever.
I like that there is an Oxford comma in this sentence also.
It's good. It's really good.
Where I
And very extended ellipses.
where I'd use this example where it wouldn't be. So there you go. Perfect.
I am the only podcast. Give me 60 frames or give me death. The legacy lives on. Rated R as fuck. It is Irrational Passions, my dudes. We Dem Boys cast. And, ASU Sparks.
Starks?
Sparks.
So Nabishin wrote ASU Starks, but my name was actually Sparks.
I just corrected it.
Starks
P.
would be the modern version of it.
Yeah, it was because somebody misheard Starkey and like thought Sparks was like my name or something.
Sparky?
Hey, what's up, Sparks?
And Sparky is the Sun Devil, was the mascot, so it tied in closer even as ASU Sparks. But it was also because I did lighting and sound for the sketch comedy troupe. So it was like a joke on 3 levels, none of them funny.
Harsh.
You see, it's funny after the fact, but
Yeah, of course.
because we don't use it and won't.
Yeah. Nabishin, real quick.
Yes.
Did you see that Samurai Jack trailer?
Oh, dude.
Dude.
I did not, but like, you're wondering what's going to be left.
Looks real good. Looks like
Even
Samurai
though this
Jack.
might end sooner,
Mhm.
I think it still counts.
What?
Oh, and on that topic of cartoon snobishin,
Mhm.
when you do feel that you're running out of stuff to watch, I do have 2 more series other than the Steven Universe, which you should really get into.
All right, I'll let you know.
Swag.
Yeah.
We should do.
I just don't want you. I just don't want you to front load. Don't want to front load you with both of them until you're ready for them.
Until you're ready. Until your body is ready. We should do Jack Chat. I'm just saying. Core Talk was great. Bring it back, Jack Chat. Let's do it.
Jack Chat.
That's something that we could do. Yeah.
I love that.
Tony, you down?
Tony
No.
don't even know what Samurai Jack is.
I mean, I feel like Tony
I'm down.
and
I'm down to
and
chill with you
Danny.
guys.
I feel like Tony and Danny are going to be working on Yuri is Nice for IP West.
Oh no! Now that idea is out on the internet, it can never come back. What titles do you guys like?
I bolded the only acceptable title.
Tony bolded, for people's reference, it is Irrational Passions, my dudes. Which is not the only acceptable title, but I mean,
I can go ahead and I can white out the only unacceptable title.
what is that?
Rated R as fuck. Oh,
I do
I know how much you hate those guys.
Hold on, that's not.
That's blue.
That's blue.
Where's
There you
close
go.
enough?
A very, very light gray. Nabashin, what do you like?
I went to the grocery store.
Oh, okay. I was like, I heard immediately when you said it, I went to the girls we fuck, and I was like, that can't have been right. Let me reassess what I heard. And then I realized you said I went to the grocery store. Here we are. Trevor, what do you like?
I'm partial to everybody needs a Mexican anime pillow. But I mean, then Danny Juarez shat on me, so let's go ahead and pull that one from the running. Actually, yeah, I like went to the grocery store.
Scott, you didn't actually pick one that you liked. So.
I know. That wasn't my turn yet.
Okay.
All right, grocery store.
Yeah. Weeb Dem Boys cast. It just makes me fucking. It's too good.
Shout out to Cam. Cam wrote that down. So
That's good.
where I got that from.
Fucking, I love you, Cam. Get your fucking beautiful ass back on this show sometime.
It was pretty good that Alex was like, I love grocery shopping, and then couldn't think of 3 things that you buy at a grocery store.
I can say the title. Trevor, do you want to say the number?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is your 5th rodeo. I feel like I don't have to write it down for you anymore.
I mean, I've only actually had to say this part twice, but you're listening to Irrational Passions podcast, episode 315.
I went to the grocery store to pick up these items: milk, eggs, and whatever. Nothing, Scott?
Nope, not this time.
Why
sorry.
are you buying clothes at the soup store?
What are you saying out loud, Tony?
You forgot the Oxford comma, Alex.
Yeah, my bad. There it is. You can stop recording.
I already did.
Beautiful. Hey, video viewers, thanks for hanging out. We love you all. Bye-bye.